Good evening. We'll call the meeting to order. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem. Thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest on the agenda tonight? Councillor McKenzie.
Here we go. Okay, matter 8.12, the matter regarding CS Providence. I've recently been offered an engagement letter with those folks.
Thank you. So noted. Any other disclosures? Adoption of the minutes, please, is moved by Councillors Bordelin and Costante. All in favor, opposed, and that carries. Notices of proclamations. Members of Council, December the 16th was celebration of Victory Day in Bangladesh, and there was a flag raising yesterday to commemorate that. Moving into Committee of the Whole, moved by Councillors Francis and Giniac. All in favor, opposed, and that carries. Communications. Councillor Giniac.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise on item number 7.1.2. It's the Ontario Government release of new environmental plan for consultation. I'm wondering if administration is reviewing the new plan for opportunities and whether or not matching funds or shovel-ready projects will be required under this.
Through your Worship, yes, we are looking through that, and we will be reviewing any opportunities that may be coming of that in the context of our environmental master plan and adaptation plan.
Thanks, Mr. Winterton. Are there any indications as to whether or not we'll need matching funds or whether there will be requirements of shovel-ready projects, so projects that, you know, may need environmental assessments? Are there any indicators?
That is unknown at this time.
It's unknown at this time. So this spring, when do you expect that we're going to be hearing?
We're hoping first quarter 2019. Right. And we do have projects that we believe will meet that criteria, but we do not know that at this particular time.
Thank you. Your Worship, on item 7.1.7, the Kinder Morgan Utopia amendment to the Detroit River Crossing. I would ask, certainly I expect that engineering has been taking a look at these adjusted plans and that we would send this to the Environment Committee.
It's moved, supported. All in favor, opposed, that's carried. On communications, Councillor Bordelin.
I rise on 7.1.4, just the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing letter. Just wondering if our administration has been contacted for consultation and if we have feedback ready for them.
I deferred to the city planner to see if there's anything, but I've certainly not heard of that at this point, not formally anyway.
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, no, we haven't received anything beyond what the communication calls for.
Okay. Are we preparing to reach out to ensure that our municipality has a voice in that process?
Yes, we would certainly want to be involved in that.
Okay. I also have a question on 7.1.1, the letter regarding new cannabis retail model. The first bullet on page 2 that states the province will provide 50% of the surplus only to municipalities that have not opted out as of January 22nd. In previous conversations, that was not clear as to whether that funding would be available if municipalities were to opt in later this year or next year. So the portion of the federal excise tax over $100 million that would be shared with the municipalities, does that mean if we do opt out before January 22nd, we would not be in a position to take advantage of those funds?
Your Worship and members of council, it appears to be the case based on this correspondence.
Thank you.
On communications, Councillor Giniak.
I apologize, Your Worship. On 7.1.1, also the communique indicates that the funding that will be provided in the first tranche will be to cover costs for preparing for the new legislation. So I'm wondering if administration has been tracking any kind of costs that we would have incurred to review and amend any bylaws that the legislation would impact. Have we done that so that we'll be able to tap into those funds?
Your Worship and members of council, we have set up an administrative structure within our financial system for each department to track costs specifically relative to any of the cannabis legislation related costs. So those instructions are out there and we are tracking those costs. The first tranche, which will be coming in January, we've already been notified is $253,000.
Councillor McKenzie.
Also on 7.1.7, the Kinder Morgan Utopia proposal, I just wonder if administration has had discussion with the Kinder Morgan folks. It's my understanding that they are interested as this project, or if this project does proceed, in making a community investment as well. And I'm just asking if there's been discussions to that end with respect, or with Kinder Morgan.
Through Your Worship, we have met with the Kinder Morgan folks on a couple of occasions. I can't recall any discussions on community benefits, but they are going through the formal process of public consultation as part of their requirements.
On communications, been moved by Councillors Holt and Kaschak. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Consent agenda. Members of council, can we add items 11.2 and 11.4? 11.2, letter regarding public health inspections and business closures. 11.4, Sandwich Street roundabout project update. Councillor Giniak?
I have questions on 11.4.
Can we add 11.2?
Questions are short if you want me to ask them now on 11.4.
Sure. 11.2 will be added to the consent agenda. 11.4, Councillor Giniak.
Thank you. Through you to administration, in regard to the projects that we will be pulling the money from, it seems to involve sewer surcharge money. Can you explain that to me, how we would utilize sewer surcharge dollars for a capital works project? Was there sewer work involved with this?
Your Worship and members of council, in terms of the funding allocation, there are the funding that is being freed up for the Sandwich Street roundabout. All those funds are pay-as-you-go funds. What has occurred here that is in the recommendation, however, is there is a number of surpluses that are available where pay-as-you-go funds can then be redirected to the Sandwich Street roundabout or Sandwich roundabout, and the sewer surcharge can then fund those particular items which have a sewer component to them. So that is really the shifting of the funds off to, so it is sewer work, but not necessarily related to the Sandwich roundabout.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you're telling me that in the case where sewer surcharge funds were surplused in some of the project numbers, we're directing that money back to pay-as-you-go, and then we're using pay-as-you-go money? Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me try to. So there were projects in here which are recommended where through the enhanced capital budget there was pay-as-you-go funding, and there are elements of those projects which are eligible for sewer surcharge funding, and so those funds and those would come from the sewer surcharge fund, and then the pay-as-you-go funding would then be available to fund the roundabout. As well, there are surpluses in certain other projects, specifically which are pay-as-you-go, which can be redirected directly to the Sandwich Roundabout.
Okay, I'm just wanting to make sure that we're not using any sewer surcharge dollars for a project that doesn't include sewer work, because we've given assurances to the community that that's what those funds cover.
Absolutely. The funds that would be used here would be only for sewer projects that are being reallocated.
Okay, thank you.
On 11.4, any other questions? 11.4 will be added to the consent agenda. Councillor Bordelin.
I did want to add 11.3 if possible, and then 2 questions for 8.14 and 8.20.
11.3, Bruce Avenue Park redevelopment. We have one delegation, Mac Deresh, a volunteer with the Downtown Windsor Community Collaborative. Is Mac in the audience? Mac Deresh, are you okay if this gets added to the consent agenda? Sir, you're okay? So, sir, you're okay. Did you want to speak to the matter when it comes up, or are you okay if it gets added to the consent agenda? If it gets added to the consent agenda, that means the redevelopment proceeds. But you're welcome to wait and speak to the matter as well.
He's okay.
You're okay if it gets added to the consent agenda? Thank you, sir. 11.3 will be added to the consent agenda. Councillor Bordelin on the other issues.
Just a quick, 2 quick questions. One on 8.14, the repeal of the new bylaw for the property standards. Just a quick question for the building department. Were there changes made to conditions a building must be kept in when vacant? I know there was discussions about, for example, hoarding around the property or boarded up windows, for example, in a time frame for broken windows where they could be boarded up with plywood as opposed to replaced. Was that in here? As I could not find it in this report.
So thank you for the question. It was addressed under the vacant building, so there's a limitation of 120 days now for boarding up of buildings, and that would just take into consideration if you have buildings that are damaged by fire or other reasons. So it gives an opportunity to secure those buildings until the repairs can be effected. After 120 days, it would be an order issued on it to repair the building and remove the boarding on it.
Great, thank you very much, and applaud administration for the changes. And one other question for 8.20. In the minutes of the Transit Advisory Committee, there was recommendations made from that committee passed along to the steering committee, but not formally made of a motion looking to change the makeup of the advisory committee. Seeing as we're going into standing committees or striking committees sometime in the next month or so, what is the process if we wanted to change the makeup for that advisory committee, or what is the time frame?
Your Worship, members of council, the process would be that when it comes before striking committee, it would be at the direction of council.
So there's no need to make a motion today to change that structure or anything like that?
No.
Great, thank you.
On the consent agenda, adding Councillor Costante.
Thank you, Your Worship. Matter 8.17, just a quick question of clarification. It's regarding the maintenance of the CP Rail property east of Cameron Road. In the event that there's illegal dumping or things are happening on that property, what recourse do residents have if they're not getting anywhere with CP Rail? Is there any recourse?
Your Worship and members of council, we always recommend to our residents to first call 311 and make us aware of the illegal dumping. We will then also try and contact the rail company to have it cleaned up. So far, we've had some success with that, perhaps not always in the timeline we would like, but they do respond. Failing that, the only other recourse we would have would be to collect the items ourselves, incur that cost ourselves. There's a danger with that, though, because then there gets to be an expectation of the residents there that we will continue to maintain. And it's not our property, and we're technically trespassing in order to collect those items.
On the consent agenda, members of council adding 11.2, 11.3, and 11.4. Moved by councilors Kuzmirchuk and McKenzie. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Any requests for deferrals, referrals, or withdrawals? Now's your chance. Don't worry, you'll get another chance when each item comes up. Presentations, 10.1, recognition of corporate sponsors. Jason Moore, Senior Manager of Communications and Customer Service. Good evening, Jason.
Good evening, everybody. Your Worship and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize some of the very important partners that we have in our community. This is the second year, last year being the first, in which we have asked to take a few minutes of agenda time to say thank you to some of those who help make our community a better place to work, live, and play. Obviously, we could fill an entire evening thanking all the many citizens, companies, organizations, and associations that we work with, but something tells me this night will be long enough. Instead, we have selected 8 recipients for this year's sponsorship and recognition plaques on behalf of Sponsor Windsor. And for those who might not be familiar, Sponsor Windsor is our corporate program that offers public-spirited individuals, businesses, corporations, foundations, and community groups an opportunity to sponsor a wide variety of city facilities and programs in return for naming rights and other marketing benefits associated with sponsorship of city assets and services. In a nutshell, we get to improve what we have to offer residents without passing along a lot of extra expenses. And our sponsors, they get to give back to their community while promoting their brand at the same time. It's a win-win we're very proud of. And I'd like to just quickly say thank you to Nora Romero, she's here, and Haley Morgan. They are really the driving force behind our Sponsor Windsor efforts. At this time, I'd like to have the mayor get ready to present the Sponsor Windsor recognition plaques for 2018. Our first recipients represent Rose City Ford. John and Sophia Chisholm have been city supporters through Rose City Ford for years. They've been the traditional back cover of each activity guide for the past decade and have also helped sponsor Adventure-Based Swim with Santa Days. And just this past year, they committed to a really nice special legacy project by supporting the expansion and renaming of the now W.F. Chisholm Library Branch in honor of John's father, Bill Chisholm. Thank you, John, and thank you, Sophia. Terrific. If you could just stand to the side here for 1 second. Or over here would be great. We'll bring you back up. It's a great night. That's right. Our next recognition plaque goes to Kevin Kalajian on behalf of the local Capri's Pizzeria. This long-standing family business has sponsored numerous special events over the years through in-kind support, but most recently became the naming rights partner of the Capri Pizzeria Recreation Complex. Their 10-year and hopefully beyond commitment to the facility and patrons is making a great difference, not the least of which being some great pizza meals at the kids' camps. Thank you, Kevin. If you're watching this presentation on cable right now, our next plaque recipient is a big part of the reason why. Robert Scuzelin is the Programming and Community Relations Manager for Your TV Cogeco. And along with broadcasting this show, the highest rated in Windsor, I'm sure, they're also a media sponsor and supporter who provide information sharing space on their channel every day and that we populate with city events, meetings, and more. More recently, Your TV Cogeco became a key partner for the newly renovated sports courts at Forest Glade Park. Thank you, Robert. Our fourth sponsor recognition plaque goes to another key community media partner. Among the many sponsorships that AM 800 CKLW has provided are the annual Mayor's Walk and City Birthday Celebration, Big Wiggle Fest fundraisers in support of local special projects, and as any hockey fan would know, they are an ongoing naming partner for the AM 800 CKLW Community Rink at the WFCU Center. Here to receive their plaque of recognition are Kathy Miller, General Sales Manager for Bell Media Windsor, and Holly Ying, Account Executive, Community Investment. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Holly. We have another long-term sponsor who continues to make a difference in our community. Scotiabank is one of two groups tonight that predated our Sponsor Windsor initiative when they became a key contributor back in 2013 to the ICG Summer Games and Legacy project entitled In Sport, We Are One. Since then, they have continued to continually annually support things like the Mayor's Walk and City Birthday Celebration. Here to receive our recognition plaque are Terry Roman, Director of Commercial Banking, Southwestern Ontario, Sean White, Director and Branch Manager, Scotia McLeod, and Tanya may be out there, Tanya Jazik, District Vice President, Southwest Ontario Retail and Small Business Banking. Thank you all for your continued support. Our sixth plaque of the evening goes to KPMG LLC, the second of the two groups I mentioned who jumped in with International Children's Games spending, but who have continued to support us ever since. KPMG has been a lead presenter of the city's birthday celebration and Big Wiggle Fest, contributing over $15,000 over the years and helping raise $50,000 more. Here to accept our appreciation are Cynthia Swift, partner, KPMG Canada, and John Ropak, Windsor office managing partner. Thank you both very much. We have two service clubs to recognize tonight. First, the Optimist Club of Forest Glade has been a contributor to the development of Forest Glade Park and the neighborhood for 45 years. Among the many projects they've been part of, the purchase of property for Forest Glade Park, the original baseball diamonds and backstops, the twinning of Forest Glade Arena, the Forest Glade Library, skateboard pad, community policing, and most recently becoming a key partner for the newly renovated sports courts at Forest Glade Park. In total, over the years, more than $400,000 was raised locally and donated to the City of Windsor for these partnership projects in support of Forest Glade. So thank you very much to Tina Poissant, President, Tom Boyes, Vice President, Brian Adlam, Treasurer, and John Post, past President. Thank you all very much. And our final 2018 plaque of appreciation and recognition goes to the Rotary Club of Windsor 1918. If you do the math, that's 100 years or a century of service to the City of Windsor. Looking back, Rotary has hosted the award-winning Art in the Park for 40 years, contributing over $1.3 million towards the restoration of Willowstead Manor. During the 50s, 1918 supported the building of 3 outdoor pools, and during the 75th anniversary year, the members planted 1,000 trees on the waterfront. The latest of the many projects supported by Rotary is the beautiful Centennial Plaza on the riverfront. Here to receive our thanks are Jules Hawkins, President, Janet Kelly, past President and Rotary Plaza Committee Chair, and Don Marsh, past President. Thank you all very much. If I could just get everyone to come back here and we'll get one more shot with the mayor if we can as a group. In total, these 8 sponsorship partners accounted for approximately $400,000 of cash and in-kind support in 2018. And as you've heard and can imagine, far more over the years. But just as importantly, they account for a priceless amount of community pride and leadership through their belief and support of our city. And we thank them all very much for that. Thank you, everyone. You want them squeezed together? We'll need you to squeeze together a little bit more. That's it. Vertically challenged in the front. Oh, no, that's good.
Janet, I need you to move a little. Yeah. Cool. Perfect. Everybody's in. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. I'll do one more. Excellent.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Motion to receive, moved, supported. All in favor, opposed, that's carried. 8.2, appointment of meetings investigator, Howard Weeks, resident of Ward 4.
Your
Your Honor and councillors, if I may, excuse me, I'd like to congratulate you in your election. I know I'm not alone in looking forward to increasingly transparent initiatives and decisions. As one who believes strongly in civic accountability, I definitely support the legislated right of an individual to request an investigation into whether the municipality complied with the closed meeting rules. Despite the fact that since January 2014, there has been only one instance of a request filed, the principle in terms of civic engagement far outweighs the amount it is used. That said, I would support the option of tapping the Integrity Commissioner for the task of meetings investigator, as I agree with the report that combining existing experience and expertise will further accountability and transparency and may be quite beneficial combining existing, oh boy, something screwed up here, and the same may be said for the benefits of combining the existing accounting ability and experience of PricewaterhouseCoopers with the transparency and best practices of a reinstated Auditor General. Sorry about my throat here. A comment in the risk analysis section of the report is definitely worth repeating, and I quote, "Having a robust accountability and transparency program is one of the hallmarks of a progressive municipality. The failure to implement and maintain accountability and transparency programs can potentially lead to public criticism and poor decision-making. Therefore, it is in the interests of the municipality to review its systems with respect to accountability and transparency to ensure that they are in compliance with the Municipal Act and that they will serve the citizens of the City of Windsor in an effective manner." I could not have said it better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of Council, questions of the delegate. Of Administration, Councillor Giniat.
I have a motion.
Questions of Administration? Direction, Councillor Giniat.
Move the recommendation.
It's moved, supported. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. 8.25, proposed closure of the easterly part of the east-west alley between Riverside Drive East and Chatham Street East on the west side of Lewis Avenue. Applicant Vinod Chandel and Roop Chandel. Good evening. Good evening. Please. So your microphone's on whenever you're ready.
Okay, it's on? Good evening. I have requested the closure of the alley from Lewis to Riverside Drive properties. And the reason is that because it's not serving the next lot, there the alley is closed, and that lot is served from Elmer and Chatham. It has two alleys serving that lot. So it's not, if the closure of that alley is not going to affect that lot. And another reason is that city is not maintaining that, and it's a kind of security reason also. So when it's closed, I can put up a fence and open up a entrance from Lewis to my lot 687 and 677. Yeah, we will merge those two lots together.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, questions of the delegates? Of Administration? So direction, please. Councillor Sleeman.
Move the recommendation.
Recommendation is moved. Is it supported? Supported. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
11.1, Parking Enforcement Services, Tender 68-18, citywide. Jason Parent, President of CUPE Local 543. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Jason Parent, and I am president of CUPE Local 543. I'm here today to speak about the benefits of contracting back-end parking enforcement services, which we are suggesting to call parking ambassadors to CUPE Local 543. The union crunched the numbers. If the complement was 8 full-time and 4 part-time parking ambassadors in-house at classification 8, level 1, it would be more economical than the report states, as parking ambassadors would be a new position within the bargaining unit, and the job would be rated within 6 months by the Joint Job Evaluation Committee. This is an estimated savings of $213,000 compared to the report's 10 regular full-time and 6 regular part-time. The union feels strongly that the ability of the city to insource parking would give it better control of the service. As it is now, the supervisor has to call the commissionaires for any parking issues. Example, back on October 31st, 2018, a child was struck by a car at Giles Campus Public Grade School at the corner of Parent Avenue and Giles Boulevard. Thankfully, the child was only brushed by the car and not seriously injured. The union believes that if we can have a dedicated school parking ambassador so as to allow management to deploy this staff person to the schools that have serious concerns re student safety. No flexibility by the city supervisor to redeploy staff as needed. In regards to special events, the union agrees that this is done. As it stands now, the city cannot manage the asset without having to go through the commissionaire's office first in regards to any parking related complaints, issues, or emergencies. In the terms of standards of reference, the union feels if parking ambassadors were insourced, the public would receive a higher level of service because of the control would be internal. In the union submission, Appendix E, we have provided ways to internally enhance the parking ambassador position. To clarify, parking ambassadors would work with all business improvement associations within all their districts. In terms of beats, as it is now, commissioners do not have foot patrols, but only drive in their vehicles to the areas they are assigned. If you leave individuals in the same area, the public gets used to the officer's routine. We believe this is the practice going on now. With the in-source parking ambassador, the supervisor would have control of assigning beats for both foot and vehicle patrols, ensuring the beats would be rotated daily, therefore they would have a better connection with the public. By personal experience, when I was a provincial offenses officer, while walking a beat, you tend to issue more tickets and have more interaction with the public. As referenced earlier, we believe a different number of officers, different rate would decrease the individual cost per employee. We agree that yes, there are costs for vehicles and uniforms up front. We do not agree with the hardware costs since we already own the equipment. The union does not agree with the submission from administration and wishes to have further discussions as we can show the costs to be lower than the ones represented in the report. Also, in the report, it is mentioned this could be attained in the 2019 budget. The union would like to know if the original savings were attained when the parking enforcement service was originally contracted out, and if forecasted projections were attained. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Jesse Simonetti, President of Windsor and Area CUPE Local Council 9104.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council and residents of the City of Windsor. My name is Jesse Simonetti. I'm before you today as the Windsor and District CUPE Council President, Local 9104, as the City of Windsor resident, and as the second VP of CUPE Local 543. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening regarding Council Report C167. Which concerns a tender recommendation for parking enforcement services within the City of Windsor. The role of CUPE Council is to support CUPE locals in the community and to promote publicly delivered services within the community. Public services such as libraries, public swimming, skating, and programs offered Community centers are all examples of public services which enhance the quality of life of most residents. These are all examples of public services which residents seek out for leisure. There are many other types of municipal public services which are provided to ensure the safety, well-being of its residents and the community in general. Such services as wastewater treatment, water control testing, road and service work. Windsorites know that they can count on public services to be accountable, accessible, locally controlled, and a wise investment of tax dollars. Publicly delivered services allows the municipality to enhance the quality of life of individual residents as well as the community as a whole. It does so by identifying individual resident needs as well as community needs and allows the municipality to play a pivotal role in fulfilling those needs. Contracting out of public services usually undermines these community values. Contracting out has generally proven to be more expensive, the quality of service suffers, the local control is weakened, which results in less accountability. As it relates to the parking enforcement services within the City of Windsor issue, QP Local 543's proposal would allow the City of Windsor to expand its definition of community and purpose, as well as it relates to parking enforcement. Having in-house provincial offences officers would allow the City of Windsor to be more effective partner with respective BIAs to address issues as it relates to those respective BIAs. This would help foster greater collaboration with the BIAs and ideally result in much stronger neighborhood communities. Having in-house officers would allow the City of Windsor more flexibility to work collaboratively with local school boards and parent groups in the interest of public safety. And having parking ambassadors in the downtown core could be instrumental in changing the public perception of downtown. The city has gone to great lengths over the years to change the downtown core. It has been instrumental in encouraging St. Clair College, the University of Windsor, and other businesses to move into the downtown area. We have a multi-million-dollar aquatic center, which we use to attract tourism. In spite of these developments, the downtown is not viewed as a safe and desirable place to frequent. I'm not naive to believe that having parking ambassadors conducting a walking beat would solve all the problems of the downtown or immediately change the public perception of the downtown, but I do think parking ambassadors could be part of a much broader solution. Having in-house provincial offences officers could provide the much needed flexibility to work with all the stakeholders that are needed to work together to address some of the issues facing the downtown, such as the opioid crisis, homelessness, and panhandling. The city has worked diligently and thought outside the box with respect to repurposing of some of our downtown buildings to attract life into our downtown core. I believe the City of Windsor would do well to move outside of a narrow lens, namely viewing parking tickets as a source of revenue. Parking ambassadors in the downtown could be part of a comprehensive multidisciplinary team to address the issues facing the downtown. In order to have a vibrant downtown, we need positive experiences for visitors, residents, and for the downtown BIA. Simply enforcing parking fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Petton, Vice Chair for QP Ontario Municipal Employees Coordinating Committee. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Dilkins and members of Council. My name is David Petton. I'm a City of Windsor inside worker, but I'm here to speak with you this evening as the Vice Chair of the Ontario Municipal Employee Coordinating Committee, or OMEC, which is a committee within QP Ontario. Our role is to represent municipal worker needs across the province concerning a wide range of issues that impact our members and those we serve. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening, but first I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you on your election to this chamber, and I look forward to working with all of you on this and other issues over your coming term. But the reason I'm here this evening concerns Council Report C-167, which speaks to the tender recommendation for parking enforcement services within the City of Windsor. Jason and Jesse have already raised some important points regarding this report, but for my part, I would like to present a different focus that looks at how you consider your decisions on the issues that come before you at Council. I ask that perhaps you begin to frame these types of decisions in a different, more rounded way. I'm sure by now your mailboxes and emails have been inundated with advice on how to approach the very important decisions that you're being asked to make. An important concept that I find creates a focus that is exceptionally narrow and restrictive is the concept of fiduciary obligation. Previous councils and indeed councillors have frequently stated that their decisions are rooted in their fiduciary duty to taxpayers. However, this view of fiduciary only focuses on one metric, and that's the bottom line. I am here to tell you that this singular view does not serve our community well. In fact, it is very dangerous to the success, health, and well-being of our community. So I want to challenge you to expand your view of fiduciary as something more than just a dollar amount at the bottom of a ledger. I want your understanding of fiduciary obligation to include things like the needs of your constituents and the needs of your community, including those of working families and our seniors. From that more inclusive understanding of fiduciary, I would also ask that you challenge administration to create better, more informative reports that include community impact as part of the metrics. As it relates to this issue, QP 543 saw a need in the community and created a solution to help meet that need. The ambassador role creates a more positive experience for visitors and residents in a way that it's not happening now. It would help improve community safety, especially in the downtown core, which is an area that is particularly sensitive to some of the greatest socially pressing issues currently in our community. I don't have to tell you that the latest issue of concern is the opioid crisis and all that that crisis entails, including crime, public health issues, and also public safety issues, just to name a few. This crisis is gripping communities across our province and indeed our country. As an aside, OMEC has a resolution supporting safe injection sites in communities that need it and supports providing frontline staff with life-saving naloxone kits and the training necessary to use them safely. So I look forward to working with all levels of government, including yours, to support that initiative in the near future. But back to fiduciary obligation. When we only focus on the fiduciary obligations to the taxpayer as opposed to the fiduciary obligation to meet the needs of residents in our community, we miss out on important considerations necessary for our deliberations. Considerations such as the fact that people do not want to be in the downtown core after dark because they're afraid it's not safe, or the fact that people suffering from this horrible addiction are so despondent that they believe that these devastating drugs are their only viable option. And then there's the fact that first responders and frontline municipal staff who are not immune to the trauma associated with finding people at or near death are more and more likely to do so. Like Jesse, I'm not so naive to suggest that this particular initiative from 543 would take care of all I just mentioned, but it could be part of a comprehensive, multi-pronged approach to making gains in resolving this community crisis. Over your coming term, there are a number of challenges that require your informed and thoughtful approach to problem solving. I hope that as you frame these pressing issues, you do so with a much broader, inclusive definition of fiduciary obligation, one that focuses on more than just dollars and cents, but also on community need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of council, questions of the delegates. Councillor McKenzie.
I have a question for Jason. Jason, can you come up? Thank you, Your Worship, by the way. Jason, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to understand a little bit better the value proposition embedded in the parking ambassadors that you're proposing. So I don't think 5 minutes was enough for us to really understand what it is, what type of value we could, the community would receive if we were to proceed with your proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. The value added that we looked at when we approached this in coming up with the different points that are provided in Appendix B, we just look at the value of in-house control, public safety, value of having the ambassadors engage the public, have them at the forefront as kind of the first face. You know, if you're a tourist in the city, you come in, you have somebody walking downtown, you're walking out of your hotel, you need direction to the casino, etc. Those are the value-added things that we're looking at. We're also looking at the enhanced safety issues that are throughout the city, not just in the downtown. When it comes to the schools, we know for years there's been the supervisor of parking with the city has been in the newspaper, on the news, every year when September comes. Everybody's driving their child to school, and it creates very, very big issues. We're looking at having, you know, a parking ambassador dedicated to the schools to be around to educate the parents and to make sure that, you know, the kids are safe when they're leaving school.
So you're envisioning not only having a presence of these individuals in the core, and I do want to ask you about the walking beats, but also all across the community at the schools and a number of other places where there might be, let's call it traffic-related public safety questions that need to be addressed.
Yes, absolutely. That hits the nail right on the head.
With respect to the question of these walking beats, can you talk a little bit about, so this is a new proposal with respect to how the service would be deployed in the community. How do we do that? How do we do the parking enforcement now?
The way I understand it, there's 5 beats that are done by the commissionaires. They're all driven by the individuals. They will park, walk an area, get back in their car, go to another area, park, walk the area that needs enforcement, and then back in their car, and that's their daily routine. Now, what I've come to understand, I don't think they're rotated all the time. So I think these individuals are on the same beat. When you're in the same area and the same beat, you constantly, you know, you're running your routine. Everybody goes to work every day. You have a routine, you follow it, and that's what we see the fear of. What we're proposing is having 2 individuals walking downtown in the core, getting to know business owners, getting to know the agencies downtown, working with City Hall, 300, 350, 400, working with the Salvation Army, working with all the different aspects down there, having engagement with citizens that are coming downtown, you know, to make that experience much more pleasurable. As Dave and Jesse referred to, and as I did the last time that I was here speaking, the perception of downtown is not a safe one, and that's a sad thing because our downtown is very beautiful.
Thank you, Jason. I'll have questions for administration at the appropriate time.
Of the delegates, of administration, Councillor McKenzie.
Okay, so this issue to me comes down to, it's just a fundamental question of whether or not services that we're providing the community are better done through an insourced or an outsourced model. So I'd like to get a little bit of feedback. First of all, the delegates talked about there's a discrepancy apparently with respect to the costs that have been, I guess, provided to us in our package in terms of the service being re-insourced. So I'll ask, I guess it would be Mr. Mancina to address some of those issues with respect to the discrepancies that we're hearing there.
Your Worship, members of Council, in relation to the costs, the proposal, what you have in front of you in terms of an estimate of costs and the savings that we identified were based on a couple of assumptions. One, in terms of the rating of the salary level for the positions, it's based on the level that was there back in 2010 in terms of what had been evaluated by our internal evaluation system. So that is the grade level that we've attributed to the position. And so all the estimates are based on that level. I believe that the position rating that was identified there was substantially less. And so at this point, there's no basis for us to determine whether that is an appropriate level. And so the estimates that you have before you are based on what we knew at that time. And in terms of the staff complement, the estimate was done based on a staff complement of full-time and part-time numbers to ensure that we had the service level required at all times to cover vacations and leaves and lost time and so forth to make sure we had appropriate coverage. So those estimates were provided based on those assumptions. Certainly, if you do a sensitivity analysis we've done based on different levels of compensation, based on different ratings for the position, the results are still that it's more favorable in terms of the bottom line cost on the outsource model. However, not to the same extent, obviously, where position rates are lower.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I guess I have an issue with this, and perhaps I'll get to that in my comments. So I'll just move on. I wanted to ask, in the discussion of our report, I'm going to just quote a line here. If the contents of the pre-qualification submission, this is under discussion tender development, right in the middle of the paragraph, if the contents of the pre-qualification submission satisfy the requirements of the city as determined by the evaluation committee with an 85% scoring factor, then the bidder would participate in the pricing envelope, opening with the lowest prevailing bid. So I highlighted that language. It seems as though it's just simply a question of who's going to offer the service at the lowest price is the compelling factor. Now, I'd just like for anyone from administration to comment on whether or not that's the case, or whether there are other mitigating factors that we consider when we are looking to either in-source or outsource a particular service.
Your Worship and members of council, this particular process took the form of a tender, of a pre-qualification and tender, but it's more akin to a request for proposals. And so the first portion of it involves a submission, a rather sizable submission, and I can defer to Mr. Krolewski to talk to you a little bit more about what was contained in it. But it's a discussion of everything from personnel, resourcing, history, references, all of those things. And then there's a scoring component that goes with that. They were required to meet an 85% scoring factor, which is quite a high threshold to meet. Assessing all of those things, those are pre-established criteria with an actual grading scheme laid out in the document. And so once they've achieved that, then that gives the municipality some comfort that they can perform the services at the level that we wish them to perform, and that they're offering all of the different options and skill sets that we require. After that, it's an assessment of price, but they have to jump a rather onerous set of hurdles in order to get to that point.
So just to be clear, so once we get past that initial vetting process, whoever's remaining, the recommendation typically administration will typically offer a recommendation to go with the lowest prevailing bid among the group that's sort of that final analysis.
Right. Legally, when we do a tender, what we are required to do is essentially the lowest bid meeting specifications. But in this particular circumstance, we created a set of specifications that weeded out folks before we got to the point of assessing the price.
How do we go about quantifying levels of service, and whether or not a heightened level of service could perhaps mitigate an overall assessment just based on cost?
We assess not the performance, because obviously only one of the bidders could ever have performed the task. But I don't know if Mr. Krolewski has the document with him, but we asked in the submission for, generally we ask for a corporate history, personnel, training manuals, procedures, processes, things like that. I can defer to him to speak further about it.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, everything that the city solicitor said is part of our scoring matrix that was on there. Past practices anywhere that you do by law enforcement, any other municipality, that sort of thing. There was 5 submissions. We had 3 scorers that on their own time judged each proposal. We sat, rated our results, and at the end of this, there was only one tender proponent that scored above the 85%.
Okay, and Mr. Krolewski, while I have your attention, I guess I'd like to ask you about the questions around, and when we talk about insourcing and outsourcing functions, the bottom line, the big question the big question that we have to wrestle with is span of control. Do you feel that in the years that we have outsourced this service, I think it's been about 4 years now, 5 years, that there's been any challenges or difficulties that weren't in place prior to us outsourcing this service with respect to the scope of the contract that we had entered into with the commissionaires, and any operational issues that might have arisen over the years as a result of this service now being outsourced?
No. Our contract with the commissionaires is fairly tight. We're actually kind of proud of it because everything that they do on a day-to-day basis, we do have a backup through our present contract with them. The only times where I do is some of the school enforcements, which commonly referred to now as a blitz, then I'll ask for all officers to be at one school at one time where we can blitz that school. But everything else that is required of them is in our contract document, tender document with the commissionaires at this time.
Okay, so that school issue is an important one, and it's been raised publicly numerous times. So I'll just ask whether or not the question of public safety during school, at the beginning of the school day or at the end of the school day, has now been entered into the contract language moving forward.
No, Councillor, it's not in the actual contract language. It falls under what would be a special event, which is in the contract language. And just for your clarification, sir, it's been 8 years that it's been contracted out.
I appreciate that clarification. It's a special event, so I find that's a challenge for me to understand why school in the morning, and especially when we've seen, or in the evenings, when we've seen as many issues as we have with respect to safety at the drop-off time for school end or beginning of school day, that this isn't language that's been clarified. Was that something that we tried to address in the contract process?
Once again, it is brought up I have weekly meetings with the manager, supervisor. It is brought up to put that in their beats with obviously the number of schools within the city boundaries. I have 5 officers on the beat on the school for the day. Some schools, because of their geographical footprint, I need more than 1 officer to cover the front end, the back end, etc. Some of them are a little more rambunctious than other schools, and I need 2 officers at that for their safety.
Did you ever have this issue prior to us outsourcing this service, in terms of being able to bring a number of, a heightened number of parking enforcement individuals into a specific place?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not the one to answer that. I wasn't part of that. I came in right after it was outsourced from another department in the city, but they did do school enforcements. I think this is a growing sociological event that we're having, where parents need to drive their kids to the front door of the school every day.
Okay, thank you. One last question, just with respect to the timing of this, of us having to deal with this. As I read this report, I note that the contract will expire at the end of the month, which means if we don't proceed with what's in front of us this evening, we're going to be in a position where we don't have parking enforcement folks to do parking enforcement. So I guess I'm just going to ask, and maybe it would be you, Mr. Colucci, why it is that we're dealing with this in what I interpret to be a moment of duress.
So, Council, let me answer that question, because this came up in front of the last City Council, and that City Council and the CUPE folks made a presentation. That City Council asked for more information and deferred the item. When the item was supposed to come back to City Council, we were in lame duck status, which means we could not award a contract more than $50,000. This, of course, is more than $50,000, so we had to kick it into this term of council, hence the first meeting and one of the first agenda items because of the timeliness that you noted.
Okay. Thank you.
Of Administration, Councillor Costante.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to piggyback a bit of Councillor McKenzie's last question, what is our contractual relationship as it stands today? I know it's exhausted at the end of this year, but what would our contractual relationship be if hypothetically Council deferred this decision today after December 31st? Is it a month by month? Is it just extinguished? What is it?
At present, Councillor, I have an email confirmation from the commissionaires that they will go month by month for the quoted rate that is in the present tender.
Do we know any notice provisions in that? I know it's probably preliminary at this moment, but...
No, sir. Like I said, it's just basically an email confirmation, so at any time, I guess the commissioners could pull that.
Thank you. The report outlines the cost differences between commissionaires and insourcing. I'm wondering what our revenue structure is. So if someone could help me understand who reaps the benefits, commissionaires, the city, is it a percentage each? How does that kind of work?
Your Worship, members of council, perhaps I'll start and then Mr. Krolovinsky could add in. Essentially, they have a contract, and the contract is a fixed contract based on the numbers that are identified within that, notwithstanding what the revenues are that we get from the parking enforcement. Pardon me? And the revenues come to us, certainly. Yes, certainly the revenues come to us.
I'm wondering, is it, and I understand the cost analysis and looking at the differences, it would have been helpful for me to understand what our revenues were from our contract. Is there a reason why perhaps it wasn't mentioned in the report, or just to get a better understanding of the efficiency of the commissionaires?
So, Your Worship, in terms of the direction provided by Council when the matter was deferred, they asked that we meet with the union to sort of discuss the matter and bring forward some information. And certainly we did that in terms of looking at sort of the total costs associated with insourcing it again at this point in time based on certain assumptions. And then also looking at the cost of potentially just the ambassador costs, if that was an enhanced service or something that council elected to or wanted to do. So we didn't do a full-scale review of all elements of it, just simply looking at costs associated with the insourced operation and how that compares to the contract that we have before us.
Maybe if I can jump in too, and certainly Mr. Klavinsky can touch base as well, but our understanding is that the costs change obviously between the internal and external choices, but the revenues are essentially the same under each model. So to answer your specific question, why isn't it part of the equation? It was viewed as being something that didn't impact on the final decision.
Councillor Giniac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Mancina. Again, as you were describing the costing exercise that you undertook for the report tonight, did that costing include the enhanced services, Mr. Mancina? Or was it based on, the rate of pay before we contracted out those services and then just ratcheting it up?
Your Worship and members of council, so what we did in the costing is we looked at the cost of the parking enforcement officer in terms of the current cost based at the same salary level as what would have been there when we contracted it out back in 2010 and ratcheted up obviously for whatever the current rate is for that.
Right.
In terms of the element of an enhanced service or the ambassador side, what we've provided is an estimate of the incremental cost on a full-time and a part-time basis should that be considered an enhanced service over and above what the base required services would be necessary for the enforcement. So essentially, it's an enforcement position, and the element of the ambassador certainly it would form part of it, I guess, is what they're proposing. But we have added an estimate of what a per employee cost would be if we were looking at something over and above or an enhanced level of service beyond what the current services are.
Can you share what that would be?
Yes, so the, as noted in the memo on the page 3 of the memo, the estimated amount approximates about $71,511 per full-time employee and $39,653 per part-time employee based on 25 hours per week for the part-time.
And that's the enhanced service. That's not just parking enforcement, which would be, I guess, you can look at other municipalities that still have it in-house.
So essentially what that was attempting to do is if there was going to be added personnel, if you will, over and above what we determined would be the necessary component of full-time and part-time employees, what would be the incremental cost per employee if you wanted to build on that ambassador piece in terms of additional employees over and above what the current estimated complement would be?
Well, in regard to some of the comments that were made by the delegations tonight regarding the downtown area and the opioid issue, I would suspect that any kind of personnel that would be interacting on some of those suggestions would have a much higher rate of pay than just simply parking enforcement. There's a lot of risk here that we're talking about.
Certainly that is a possibility. At this point, not understanding fully what the ambassador piece would be, we've utilized the same rate as what a parking enforcement officer would be. As well, I don't know, perhaps Mr. Kolovinsky can comment, but there are some requirements within the existing contract that do provide for standards of performance that do provide some elements of that, and they're currently included within the current program.
Thank you. In regard to the issue of schools, and I certainly can relate to some of the concerns that Councillor McKenzie had, but perhaps administration could comment on some of the things that this council and administration have done over the last few years in regard to creating school safety zones and a number of other things that we've put in place to try to address I don't know if I'd call it a phenomenon now in regard to the number of people that drive their children to school, but we have been proactive, I think, in instituting some changes.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have taken this on through my department especially. It is a special spot for me. When that young gentleman did get a little bump from a car, I took that very personally. Through the city engineer and some of our transportation planning department, we have regular meetings with the school board liaison committee, and I think Mark will attest that is our number one usually topic on these meetings. We have put a lot of the onus back onto the school boards, along with Deputy Chief DeYoung that comes in and for the fire routes, people parking in the fire routes, the safeties, that sort of thing. So it is a special performance that we do, an extra thing in the parking enforcement. We're not just about tickets. We do go out for the first month of school. We do re-educate some of the parents. Some of them are new to schools, different areas, younger kids coming up. So we do play the educational part a lot through council's guidance as well as the city engineer.
Thank you.
So as the contract with commissionaires expires December the 31st, if council was to consider QP's recommendation to move forward with the new model, what would be the approximate time frame that it would take for them to be up and running with buying new cars and equipment and so on and so forth?
With the procurement of the vehicles, procurement of new staff, if it was a full enhanced, take away 9 beats a day, replaced with 9 unionized beats a day, I would expect it would be middle to end of summer before they were properly trained, everything vetted and on the streets.
So as you say, the commissionaires would be available to be on a month-to-month basis if needed, but it would be that long? It would be 7 to 9 months before it would be up and running? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Bordelin.
On page 2 of the memo, when we're looking at the special events and then standards of performance, is there any, has there ever been discussions with the service provider as far as being able to address some of the issues that were brought up as far as like the ambassador type ideas? So for example, some of the complaints that I've heard, for example, from business owners is that there'll be someone like a commissioner walk by a debris field of shopping carts or something and not bother calling in 311 or something like that. Is there anything that we could do insofar as meeting with the service provider to discuss those standards of performance to go beyond sort of, you know, the ticketing and the vehicle issues, but also sort of just looking around to their environment and dealing with some of the things around them?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, as I stated earlier, I have weekly meetings with the manager, the higher level managers of the commissionaires, plus as well as daily meetings with the supervisor, which is a little bit lower. Plus, I also do spot checks on the street I bring this up to their attention numerous times. They bring to our attention failing signs for the bylaw. A lot of times, not so much grocery carts as the councillor stated, but there is different trees down, that type of things. They do bring that to us. If they get specific questions on the street from a citizen, they're not knowledgeable in every facet of the city, so their standard reply to them is please call 311, and 311 will direct your call from there.
So in hearing some of the delegations and sitting in on some of the meetings with the union representatives, the memo states that some of the service enhancements are covered under the agreement between special events, standard performance, public education. Do you feel that under the standards of performance that there could be more asked of the commissionaires to actually do a little bit more of that, in the sense of more of what the description was under the ambassador title with our current service provider?
I guess there's always more, but when we ask more, there's always a separate price tag that comes along with it. If it's not already written in the contract, then they have a change management clause where if I ask them to go above and beyond anything that's written in there, they could bring it back to us with a separate price tag.
I guess I'm sort of getting at more of, as some of the descriptions of the ambassadors are just eyes and feet on the street. And so often, whether it's bylaw infractions or property standard infractions or, even legal issues like some of the examples I used before, can we be looking to expect them to do more of that? I don't necessarily see it as something that they need more pay to do so, but just as far as being more aware of their surroundings to actually partake in some of these expectations. Can that conversation happen with this contract?
Yes, sir, it can.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, as it relates to process, and we have a tender that was deferred, and we have a request for proposal that was out, and certainly had a lot of discussion tonight about a whole lot of different things that I suspect weren't in that request for proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the tender that was received and scored out over 80% was received based on specifics that the city said, this is what we need to provide optimal parking services.
Yes, sir.
And the commissioners won that, essentially, for lack of a better term.
Once again, yes, sir.
Now, as it relates, and we spoke of, consequences and month to month, but, I've been around this table for about 4 years now, and anytime we've dealt with a tender situation, one of the liabilities is, well, you put out a request for proposal, we met all those requests for proposals, now you're moving the goalposts on us. And every time I heard that there is liability with that. So would that be the case here as well?
Your Worship and members of council, yes, absolutely, that is normally the case. This is an odd one just in that there was only a single bid, and so there's an acknowledgement that comes with that takes it out of that scope. But yes, normally that's the case. But we've asked them to submit a bid based on those items you enumerated, or that Mr. Kralovinsky put into the tender. And if we want something different, then we would have to pay for something different.
Okay, thank you. Motion at the appropriate time, Your Worship.
Councillor Sleeman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my question go to possibly Bill and Shelby. When we put the request for a proposal, and the proposal go to different companies to put a bid on it, and is that the proposal we have the obligation and duties of the contractor who is going to get the contract, or the term of reference? They all the same. It's not like we get one proposal from one company. It's kind of a bit different in term of reference, or they all the same. The term of reference apply to everyone.
Right. We ask everyone to supply the same things. How they respond to it, what sort of materials they provide us, and their pricing, of course, would vary. But we provide one document to all of them, and they respond to that.
I believe last month, I think we dealt with the issue, and Councillor Marad ended up deferring this issue here. And in between when we deferred and to the present, did we have any concrete proposal from QP? Or I see just a couple letters, one of them August the 8th and the other one August the 18th. But did we get anything concrete from them?
No, sir, just the two appendixes that were in the initial tender document. Plus, we had some meetings after Councillor Mara suggested the deferral. There was a little bit of questioning what he actually wanted. We got that answers. We met with the executive of 543 and asked what they wanted and how we would scope out our numbers from there.
So there was nothing concrete since the deferral from last month. We didn't have any proposal from them, except just, as you say, verbally talking to you, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Of Administration, Councillor Francis, direction, please.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the administration recommendation in front of us, and I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
It's moved. Is it supported? Supported. On the motion? Recorded vote, Madam Clerk. On the motion, Councillor
I did want to speak on the motion. I'm not going to support this, and the reason being, I don't think we have enough information to make this decision. There's discrepancies with respect to the finance, the costing that we've seen between the prevailing bid and what QP is proposing. And I think that there still is a very interesting proposal that is coming from QP with respect to this parking ambassador that I don't know that we fully have a full grasp of what that potentially could be and could address some of the concerns that I have and I think many people in the community have with respect to parking enforcement and other enhanced services that they're proposing to provide. And I don't feel like we have a strong enough understanding of all of that. For those reasons, I'll be opposing this motion.
On the motion, Councillors Kuzmarchuk and Bordelin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this motion. In the 5 years I've been on council, I've received a number of complaints from residents who received parking tickets, but I've never received a complaint regarding the quality of parking enforcement in the city. I just haven't received any complaints in the 5 years that I've been on council, and most of the folks that I've spoken to have been quite happy with the service that has been provided. So for that reason, I will vote in favor of the motion to maintain the service that we currently have in the city. Thank you.
Councillor Bordelin.
I will be supporting the motion as well, but I did want to specifically thank the union representatives because I do think that some of their ideas did elevate the discussion and actually increase the expectations for a better service in the end. So I will be communicating with Mr. Kolobinski throughout the year because I do think there are a number of service enhancements or service I guess stipulations as noted in their contract that they can be offering in those areas, calling 311, making communication with departments, with bylaw, those types of things. So I did want to thank the union for participating in it for those reasons, and also keeping track of how those service enhancements or those provisions are actually dealt with over the term of this contract to see where we land when the next contract comes up. So thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
I too will be supporting this motion, but I agree with Councillor Bordelin. There was some very interesting proposals put forward by QP, and certainly one that I would like to see move forward is that we can still look at this in the operating budget for 2019. The dynamics of downtown are changing so fast. I'm not really sure how we do this kind of support because there's policing involved. We need support workers downtown. We need more advocates. So I would certainly like to pursue the discussion of what we can do to move forward with some enhancements. But I would want to say that that would be in the next budget for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
On the motion, members of council, let me remind everyone, especially those who weren't here 8 years ago. 8 years ago, there was just a couple of us that were, and this discussion to outsource parking enforcement was driven partially by wanting to look at savings, but the reason it even really came to City Council is because there was a glaring issue with respect to attendance at work and other performance issues with our own employees in this particular department. And that drove the decision by City Council to say, is this the best way to deliver the service, or should we look at another way to deliver the service? We then went out had a full public procurement process. We ended up with the commissionaires, and by moving to the commissionaires, we saved residents of the city $600,000 per year to deliver parking services. The fact of the matter here today is that we went through, again, another public procurement process. CUPE did not submit a bid. They did not bid through that process. When that process was coming to City Council for ratification, CUPE then appeared and said, oh, we have an idea and we'd like to sit down with administration, but they did not go through the regular public procurement process. And what I hear this evening at the microphone, I find to be somewhat disingenuous because at the end of the day, the union knows, and those of us who've been here for any amount of time know that delivering the same service, I have never seen anyone in 12 years go down in JJE. And what's being suggested tonight is that jobs that were paid in category or class 11 would somehow be offered at class 8. I mean, it's like around here listening to this, it's preposterous. It would never, ever happen. Especially now because we're not saying you're just going to issue parking tickets. We're saying you're going to become ambassadors and you may carry naloxone. You may start calling in for this and we have to train you in city bylaws and all sorts of other things that our regular parking people don't normally do. And so if you get into that level of training and expectation from people, not only, I guarantee you, would they be at a level 11, they'd be filing for JJE and would be paid at even a higher level. And so, you know, the history on this is very, very important to explain how we got to where we are today. But what we're hearing at the microphone does not jive with the way the corporation works or has ever worked. Have people gone down in JJE? Sure, they have, if duties are starting to be removed, but I'll tell you, you could put the stack of those who've gone up against the stack of, you know, those who've gone down. And when you're talking about enhancing services, it will never, ever go down. It will never go down. Madam Clerk, a recorded vote has been requested, please.
Your Worship, members of council, the motion on the floor is the administrative recommendation. On the motion, Councillor Costante.
Support.
Councillor Gignac.
Support.
Councillor Morrison.
Support.
Councillor McKenzie.
Oppose.
Councillor Holt.
Support.
Councillor Kuzmierczak.
Support.
Councillor Sleeman.
Support.
Councillor Francis.
Support.
Councillor Kashak.
Support.
Councillor Bordelin.
Support.
Mayor Dilkins.
Support.
That motion carries.
11.5, Administrative Response, Follow-up to the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit Oral Health Report 2018. Donna Main, resident of Ward 9. Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm really anxious to provide you all with updates since 2013, and I'm sure they'll reassure you that you made the right decision. This Council of 2013 made the right decision to stop fluoridation. The CDC is a big promoter of artificial fluoridation. We've all heard this. So they posted data in 2014. I took the top 6 most fluoridated states and compared them with the least percentage of fluoridation on the bottom 6 states. And this is what it looks like. Now, if fluoridation worked, you would assume that tooth loss would go up, as indicated in the red line, as fluoridation came down. But that's not the case here. The red line shows no correlation with the rates of fluoridation. The green line, however, represents the lack of being able to see a dentist, and that correlates with better oral health. The Health Canada also promotes fluoridation, but in 2014, a letter of access for information was sent, and they responded. They had no studies on the product, hydrofluorosilicic acid, that demonstrates safety or effectiveness. This alone should close the book on fluoridation, but for some reason it hasn't. But where are the studies? Here they are. There's some reviews that talk about harm outweighing benefit. The Cochrane review is a gold standard independent assessment network of scientists and researchers across the globe, and they concluded that there was no evidence of changing disparities in oral health across social economic status with fluoridation. And isn't that the reason we all want it? And they also said the amount of benefits that were represented were minuscule at best. And the studies that did show any benefit were at high risk of bias. The Lancet classified it as a neurotoxin in 2014. Other studies came up linking fluoride to thyroid harm, ADHD, lowered IQ. This is a major study that was funded by the U.S. government, and it's backed by a Canadian study that says pregnant women in fluoridated cities have twice the amount of fluoride in their urine than women living in non-fluoridated cities. And they've linked that level of fluoride in the urine to lowered IQ in their children. This is Hardy Lineback. He is Canadian's fluoride toxicity expert. He has the credentials to show it. He studied fluoride toxicity for years with the National Research Council. He came out with a study that debunked claims from a Calgary study saying that the rates there had increased in tooth decay after fluoridation stopped. So he looked at the Board of Health Unit's oral health report for 2018, and I saw this post that he made on social media that he did not trust the report. He said he felt it was full of mistakes and the data was collected improperly. So the oral health report, if you look at both of them, the 2016 and the 2018, you'll see a few holes and abnormalities. There is no control for confounding factors like immigration status, opioid crisis, which you just discussed, and causes meth mouth. And that data about increased oral health problems with the opioid epidemic is evident.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay.
I have to keep everyone to 5 minutes. We've got quite
Okay.
a list tonight.
No problem.
Richard St. Dennis, resident of Ward 5. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Richard St. Dennis, and I've served 9 years as a Lake Erie Region Director for Great Lakes United and 2 terms on the Board of Directors for a Canada-wide organization called Prevent Cancer Now. I've been working full-time for 11 years as an environmental specialist here in Windsor with more than 20 years of overall experience. Let me say I don't think there's one person in this room that actually opposes fluoride in terms of oral health. The opposition is based on the delivery method used in water. I want you to take a look at the data very closely and note that administration does not make a recommendation on this report. They only provide the information. They're estimating a cost of $850,000 to reintroduce fluoride into our system, money that could be much better spent in other ways. The oral report before you tonight says there's an increase by about a half a cavity. That's not significant over the period that's covered. It doesn't give details why either. It does not take into account Windsor's population increase. It does not address that half cavity. Is it from new people in the area, or is it from people that have been long-time residents? The report does not take into account that in 2013 we had one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, and now we have one of the lowest. People with jobs have more money and have many times benefits. This allows for frequent trips to the dentist. I think finding a half a cavity is actually a good thing. If my son had a half a cavity, that means they found it early and they fixed it early. That gives them opportunity to address it, to prevent it from becoming a bigger issue. The oral report also fails to adequately address the severity of the findings. It just mentions the number of cavities. They're going to show you some pretty nasty pictures in a little while too, by the way. Keep that in mind. The province has a program called Healthy Smiles Ontario, and they have added 70,000 spaces and increased the income limits to allow more people to qualify for free, publicly funded dental health care. According to the oral report, this region has reduced our usage of this free program by 49% over that same period of time, even though it's more widely available and available for lower income families. And that's just not acceptable. 5 years ago, Mayor Eddie Francis asked the medical officer how many other municipalities he's responsible for that he approached to add fluoride. The answer was 0. Some of you may remember that comment. In fairness to the acting medical officer today, he did attend several council meetings in the region to address fluoride, as did I. However, there's still 0 that have adopted this oral report recommendations. Nobody in this region has adopted that recommendation. The report is one-sided and fails to answer the questions that were asked 5 years ago by the council with regard to the causes of the increase. The best way to deal with oral health is by cleaning your teeth daily with fluoride toothpaste that you can buy at the dollar store. So cost is not really a concern. Adding fluoride to water does very little for your teeth, since most of it gets ingested. Fluoride in the bloodstream can cause other issues. It only works topically. Ingesting puts the other organs in your body at risk. Colgate says right on the tube, if swallowed, call poison control. And I contacted them to find out why. Their response, they said it was dangerous to swallow fluoride. This is directly from the toothpaste manufacturer. So if they don't want us to swallow it, how can we prevent ingestion if Windsor puts it back in the water? They're talking about medical grade fluoride in toothpaste, and we're talking about the chemical grade that we're talking about putting in our water. The oral report suggests all of the science is on their side and none oppose them. That's not accurate. The President Emeritus of the Toronto School of Dentistry, Dr. Linebeck, suggested there are better ways to deal with this. The American Dental Association has put together a National Fluoride Advisory Council. It's one of the groups that they're going to hear later that says that they support fluoride. They're actually looking at it at this point in time. One member, Dr. Hu, said, clearly, this warrants additional research and consideration how policies related to fluoride need to be rethought. Dr. Till said she is certain the safety of fluoride ingestion has not been proven. The problem is that it is uncontrolled dose. Everyone is exposed to different levels and may be prudent to reduce ingesting fluoride until we can investigate further. There's more than 60 communities in the Great Lakes Basin on both sides of the border that have removed fluoride, including Windsor, with an 8-3 vote in 2013. And NWIN also supported it at that time. All of these groups cannot possibly be wrong. Let's make the right decision tonight, and I thank you for your time this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I got 4 seconds left.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Burr, resident of Ward 4. Cheryl Burr, good evening.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Burr, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I strongly object to the fluoridation of the city's water supply for a variety of reasons. One is its limited effectiveness in preventing dental decay. It is clear by these graphs with data from the World Health Organization that the decrease in dental decay over the past decades is not related to the fluoridation of the water, as countries with non-fluoridated water and salt have seen the same decrease in decay as those with fluoridated water. Note the countries at the top of the graph use neither fluoridated water nor salt. Also, those countries are not noted for any milk fluoridation programs, which are limited in any event. Any potential benefits from fluoride are from topical application and not ingested. The Centers for Disease Control stated in 1999, fluoride prevents dental caries predominantly after eruption of the tooth into the mouth, and its actions primarily are topical for both adults and children. The National Research Council has concurred, stating in 2006, that the major anti-caries benefit of fluoride is topical and not systemic. Fluoride is being used as a medication in an unethical manner. The city has a mandate to provide safe drinking water. Fluoride does nothing to make the water safe to drink. In fact, it may be making it harmful for many of the residents. By Health Canada's and the FDA standards, fluoride is a medication preventing the disease of tooth decay. So the city is now contemplating medicating all of its residents in a one-size-fits-all manner, as though the same amount in the water will be suitable for the 160-pound healthy adult, as the 2-year-old, as the elderly, as the person with kidney disease, and as the person with a thyroid disorder. The city cannot control the doses ingested, which is a massive issue which cannot be overcome. The city needs to be guided by the principles of biomedical ethics, namely autonomy, the right for an individual to make his or her own choice, benefits, the principle of acting with the best interest of the other in mind, non-malfeasance, the principle that, above all, do no harm, as stated in the Hippocratic Oath, and justice, a concept that emphasizes fairness and equality among individuals. Fluoridating the water doesn't meet a single point of these principles. However, any person or parent can easily choose for themselves or for their children to use fluoridated toothpaste, and any potential benefits from fluoride are from topical application in any event. Also, the negative side effects of fluoride. The EPA classifies fluoride as a chemical with substantial evidence of developmental neurotoxicity. A paper published in the Scientific World Journal in 2014 stated, the authors conclude that available evidence suggests that fluoride has a potential to cause major adverse human health problems while having only a modest dental caries prevention effect. As part of efforts to reduce hazardous fluoride ingestion, the practice of artificial water fluoridation should be reconsidered globally. The National Research Council's 2006 report raised concerns of many negative effects that water fluoridation may cause, including problems with teeth and bones, as well as to affecting a wide range of systems of the body, particularly the brain and endocrine system. The report raises concerns about fluoride's effect on IQ and increased risks of Alzheimer's, Further, even at very low levels, fluoride is detrimental to the thyroid. As I and many others suffer from hypothyroidism, I am particularly concerned with limiting my intake of fluoride. The report continues noting negative effects on the pineal gland, increase in blood glucose or impaired glucose tolerance, which can lead to an increase in the severity of some types of diabetes. The report goes on to raise issues with the immune system, the reproductive system, the gastrointestinal system, the liver and the kidney, and may even affect Down syndrome. Clearly, more research is required before we continue with the mantra that water fluoridation is safe and effective. If in doubt, leave it out.
Thank you. Dr. Wajid Ahmed, Acting Medical Officer of Health, and Nicole Dupuy, Director of Health Promotion for the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the respected council members. My name is Dr. Wajid Ahmed, and I'm the Acting Medical Officer of Health for Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. I'm also an adjunct professor at the University of Western Ontario, and I also support public health and preventive medicine specialty at the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. As a physician, I specialize in public health and preventive medicine, and I have the credentials to make recommendations that promotes and protects the health of the protect the health of the community. As the agency, we have a legislative responsibility to protect and promote the health of the community. We recently conducted the oral health assessment of our community, and let me tell you, the results are not good. We looked at various factors that impact oral health, and when we were asked the adults and seniors in our community how they dealt with their oral health problems, this is what we have heard, and that slide is not showing up. Number 2. Okay. So our residents have many unmet dental services, and the community is dealing with them in many different ways. And I was supposed to show the slides, which was not there, so I apologize for that. But we have to recognize that there are all these unmet dental services that are needed in the community, and we need to take action, and this is concerning. When we are looking at the average number of oral cavities per child in Windsor and Essex, when we did our oral health assessment, the health unit staff looked at the mouth of every child attending public and private school. This was not a sample. It was a complete comprehensive sample of every child in Windsor and Essex County. The data collected from that oral health assessment shows that the average number of cavities per child in Windsor and Essex County is steadily climbing up. To put things into context, by the age of 7, every child in our community has an average of more than 2.5 cavities. So imagine every 7-year-old in your community who has an average of more than 2.5 cavities in their mouth. This should be alarming for our community. The trend is consistent in all grades, and it also increases as the children grow older. As children grow with poor access to preventive dental services, when with poor over health, they grow older and have many health challenges and will likely develop oral health-related complication that will result in ER visits, day surgeries, and when we are looking at the current number of these data from adults visiting ER in Windsor and Essex County, we can clearly see that the rate of ED visits in Windsor and Essex, represented by the red line up there, is much higher than the comparable communities of Hamilton, Niagara, Middlesex, London. So how do we go and fix it? There is no single strategy that will change it. We need many different strategies combined together. We as a community need to take the responsibility of this problem and act in the best interest of the community and not based on my personal opinion on this issue. Interventions that improves overall oral health has different levels of impact, and the solution should yield maximum benefit for the entire community. If we want to improve the oral health of our community, we need to work on the individual level factors and increase the knowledge and behavior of our community. For example, telling individuals to brush their teeth. The downside of this approach is it has a low impact and it is not cheap. The other intervention that you can do is improving healthcare system, which is shown to increase access in oral health services in the community. This has a medium level impact and it is very expensive. And then we have community level intervention, such as implementing policies that helps to remove the socioeconomic barriers. For example, adding fluoride in the community drinking water system, which protects everyone, rich or poor, old and young, equally. And the upside of these type of intervention, it has a very high impact and has a very low cost. There are a lot of misinformation regarding the benefit and safety of the community water fluoridation. I'm missing many of the slides here. There are a lot of misinformation regarding the benefit and safety of the community water fluoridation, and what I'm presenting today to you does not reflect the view of Dr. Wajid Ahmed, but it also reflects the whole scientific community. Community water fluoridation is supported by more than 90 agencies worldwide, and the effectiveness to prevent dental cavities established through decades of research. And as you listen to all the delegates presenting in front of you, please note that our recommendations are for the benefit of the entire community without any personal bias. When it comes to community water fluoridation support in Windsor and Essex, every 4 out of 5 residents support community water fluoridation, and this is based on 2 different studies conducted with almost 1,400 residents. I understand that you have received many correspondence, and I'll leave you with my recommendations right up there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ron Dunn, Executive Director of the Downtown Mission. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Ron Dunn. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Mission. And so the question might come up as, why am I here to speak about dental? I want to bring your attention to the Alan Quinnell Community Dental Center, which we operate, started August 17th of 2018. Look at that. All right, so we saw our first patient August 17th, 4 short months ago. We're going to call him Jim, and I just want to point out that Jim had not seen a professional dentist in over 10 years. He does work, nearly full-time hours, but his income is only $29,224. He supports his wife and 1 son, barely, as he says. Jim was on our triage waiting list. He was willing to come in every day in hopes for a no-show, so they might have the opportunity to see our dentist and our hygienist. I think that just speaks to the level of pain that he was in and the dedication of the individual.
That day, we actually opened up on the Friday versus the Monday we were scheduled, just because he was so dedicated, we wanted to get him in. He received about $900 worth of dental care, and given his income and our pay as you can, or pay what you can model, he was billed only $225, which is a 75% discount from the dental fee guide. And Jim today happily makes payments on that amount every month. So to date, to talk about the need, 159 emergency exams, 30 non-emergency new patient exams, 106 fillings, 97 extractions, 42 cleanings, 29 root canals, and 6 crowns. We currently have a wait list of 260 folks who are waiting to get in to see our dentist, but I'm happy to say that we have 0 wait time for patients that are triaged and have that need immediate assistance. So we've completed $76,782 worth of dental work. That is from, again, August 17th to December 12th. 53,000 of that was written off or basically given away under our pay what you can model. And no one patient was denied access to professional dental care based on the ability to pay. Only 3 patients were experiencing homelessness. The balance are employed or receive Ontario Works or ODSP. So just some of the costs, the mission's expenses yearly on that is just under 243,000 plus consumables, so 317,000. Ultimately, we'd like to grow the program and provide outreach to folks that are shut in our shelter and homes, long-term care homes. So some added value, St. Clair College students will be on site starting in January. They'll be receiving their training as hygienists with us, which we think is great. And also, I just want to point out that patients that are on Ontario Works are receiving what we think is a premium oral health care plan. Currently, the system only pays for extractions. So if somebody presents and they have 3 teeth and 1 has to be pulled and 2 could be saved, right now they're not, unless they could afford to save them. They're told basically their only option is to come back when they need it pulled. So we're happy to say that that's no longer the facts. And the reason why I'm here is really to say that we want to support the work of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. We find the study presented to be accurate based on our in-office experience, and we ask the Mayor and Council and Administration to consider their recommendations carefully, and most importantly, to take action as soon as possible. Just a couple of quick looks. We're our state-of-the-art facility. It's our staff and one of our patients, and she's up there just because she's really cute. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Ron. Raymond Huang, resident of Ward 7. Good evening.
Do I just press start or? Okay. I don't have any presentation. Thank you, City Councillor. My name is Raymond Hong, and I am part of the silent majority that supports adding fluoride to water. But instead of taking the time to telling you the benefits of adding fluoride and how is it safe, let me present this petition signed by 237 people all in 1 week. This speaks to its support. Well, you could say that the money from that they haven't considered that the cost of adding fluoride to the water. Well, let me propose, instead of using the money to promote fluoride and using toothbrushing your teeth, you could put it towards something much more effective, like putting it towards water fluoridation. That way, after the first year, the cost of fluorinating the water is nil. And finally, the most important part is that with community water fluoridation, it lets kids have better oral health and lets them avoid dentist appointments, allowing them to go to school for longer and missing less classes. And this allows them to thrive. So please, on behalf of the 4 out of 5 Windsorites who support fluoride, please put it back in our community water supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Uck, Executive Director of Family Services, Windsor-Essex. Good evening, Joyce.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm also a resident of Ward 1, so I'll just add that. As was stated, I'm the Executive Director of Family Services Windsor Essex, a community agency affiliated with other family service agencies across Canada. We're a multi-service organization whose mandate is to support individuals and families by providing support, services, resources, and tools to assist people to achieve positive mental and physical well-being. One of the programs we administer on behalf of United Way Windsor Essex is a community emergency fund. The fund supports residents of Windsor and Essex County to pay for goods and services when there is no other source of funding and the individual cannot afford the good or service. Over the past 5 years of the fund's existence, assistance with dental services has remained in the top 3 items of request. And I can share with you tonight that the number of requests for assistance with oral health has increased by 300% from 2014 to 2018. It's eating up the largest percentage of our fund now. Now, I'm not an expert on oral health, but the staff at the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit and the local Dentist Association are. Nor am I an epidemiologist, but the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit does employ these types of experts, and they are your city's administrative experts on this topic. What I am is a competent provider of social services that improve well-being as indicated by the social determinants of health. My work allows me to work with individuals and families that struggle to make ends meet, those that are experiencing poverty. We know that the primary determining factor of poor health is poverty. As Council is aware, Windsor has the highest rate of child poverty in our country. While Council may be challenged to find ways to address child poverty from the municipal property tax base, one thing Council can do to improve poverty rates in our community is to return fluoride to our water. While returning fluoride to our drinking water will not eliminate child poverty in its entirety, it is one important step that a municipality can take to address the issue. Eliminating child poverty requires a multi-sector, multi-pronged strategy. Our entire community needs to work together. Committing to improving oral health is one way the City of Windsor can contribute to improve outcomes for our kids. Here's the added bonus. Children who don't experience poverty also benefit when there is fluoride in the drinking water, as do seniors, as do every one of us. Tonight, I'm asking Council to employ evidence-based decision-making and to use the information of experts in making an informed decision. Both the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit and our local Dental Association have unequivocally called for the return of fluoride to our water system. Now, I do appreciate how difficult it is for Council to grapple with scientific information, studies and findings, charts and PowerPoints, when most of us are not trained in science. I'm not trained in science. When we don't know the answer, we look to our experts to provide us with an answer. And in this case, our experts are the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit. While some would suggest that the province of Ontario should implement province-wide legislation mandating water treatment, I would take this opportunity to remind Council that the province of Ontario does in part fund the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit and has mandated that public health will be monitored by health units across the province. Literature on critical thinking states that one of the tenets of a critical thinker is their ability to change their opinion or point of view when new information becomes available to them. Tonight, members of Council have the opportunity to demonstrate their ability to critically think and support the recommendations that the Health Unit has put forward. Oral health is more than simply buying toothpaste and a toothbrush at our drugstore. In fact, the Canadian Dental Association states that there needs to be a 3-pronged strategy to improve oral health, and number 1 on their list is fluoridation of the water. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Joyce. Christine Moody, resident of Ward 8.
I am a resident of Ward 8. There is no debate that ingesting fluoride causes health harm. The only argument is how much fluoride can be ingested before health harm becomes measurable. Windsor previously added fluoride to our water at a 1.2 parts per million for several decades, a limit considered too high today. It was then lowered to 1 part per million and again lowered to 0.7. Where is the evidence that 0.7 parts per million fluoride is safe for our most vulnerable to swallow every day? I was one of the many residents that asked Windsor Council to stop adding fluoride chemicals to our drinking water 5 years ago. I'm so glad that they listened to the people and to the experts. The experts I'm referring to are the water engineers, the individuals charged with the responsibility of providing us with the safest drinking water possible. They recommended that the city stop adding fluoride chemicals to our water. Fluoride chemicals don't make the water safer to drink. These chemicals are intended to medicate the people drinking the water. I don't need, nor do I want, my city council to medicating me through my morning coffee. Since the city decided to stop adding fluoride chemicals to our water, there has been even more science showing health harm from swallowing fluoride. There have been relevant Canadian studies published just this past fall. I know you have been given the details about these studies included in your agenda package. One of them shows fluoride harms thyroid in individuals that are iodine deficient. Will the health unit or this council provide data on the health of Windsor residents' thyroids or on the percentage of Windsor residents that are iodine deficient? Another Canadian study looked at fluoride levels in urine of pregnant women and found them to be 2 times higher in women who lived where fluoride chemicals were added to their drinking water. Will the city add warnings on water bills for pregnant women to take precaution? What about pregnant women that can't afford expensive filter systems? I just want to point out here too, off script, Heinz would not, the reason Leamington is not fluoridated water is because Heinz would not allow it in their food for babies because it was considered unsafe for baby food. Another study looks at how fluoride levels in urine of pregnant women affected the brains of their children and found that increased fluoride exposure in the womb affects cognitive ability in our children. Fluoride easily crosses the placenta into the mother from the mother to her unborn. Is the City Council willing to cause harm to pregnant women and unborn babies for the claim that half a cavity will be prevented somewhere in Essex County? You have not asked me nor anyone if we need fluoride. You have not monitored our fluoride intake from all sources. You are not aware of the health of our thyroid or kidneys. You don't know if we're iodine deficient, and you are not in a position to prescribe us fluoride chemicals in our drinking water. Council made a wise decision, protective and progressive decision 5 years ago, and I hope to see that decision held today. Thank you.
Thank you. Aisha Drulard, resident of Ward 2.
Hello, my name is Aisha Drulard. I'm not here to convince you that community water fluoridation is some evil, sinister conspiracy to dumb down the masses. I don't believe it's a communist ploy, a Nazi concentration camp tool, or a modern-day conspiracy theory. I'm here as a mother and a concerned citizen to defend our right for safe, non-medicated water. The substance used for water fluoridation is called hydrofluorosilicic acid. It's added to our water allegedly to prevent tooth decay. It's not a naturally occurring form of fluoride, like calcium fluoride, nor is it the pharmaceutical grade, like the sodium fluoride used in your dentist's office. You can hold the fluoride that's found in nature in your hand, but if an HFSA transportation spill occurred, the recommended cleanup protective equipment includes a hazmat suit. This is the only chemical added to our water for the purpose of mass medication. It does not clean or purify the water, like chlorine does. It cannot be removed by boiling, and this only concentrates the levels further when you boil it. It's also absorbed through the skin and inhaled when we bathe or shower. We would only drink less than 2% of it. The other 98% literally goes down the drain when doing laundry or washing dishes. The truth, confirmed by the Windsor Utilities Commission in 2012, is that HFSA is an unregulated byproduct of the fertilizer industry. At one time, the industry allowed toxic fluoride gases to escape out of their smokestacks, but the damage that resulted to surrounding crops and livestock led to a passing of environmental laws requiring wet scrubbers to capture these toxic gases. The result is a slurry called HFSA, which is classified as hazardous waste and is illegal to dump anywhere in the environment. It comes with co-contaminants of arsenic, lead, mercury, and barium, aluminum, and more, as you can see in these HFS certificates of analysis. I don't know which slide I'm on. From Winnipeg, Toronto, and London, they all contain impurities, and amounts of these contaminants vary in each batch. Clearly, dilution is a solution to this industry's pollution, and our children's kidneys are the filter. The Canadian Environment Protection Act classifies HFSA as a bioaccumulative persistent toxin because it builds up in our bodies and the environment. Proponents claim that medicating our water with it is cost effective. This is because industry saves money by not having to neutralize their hazardous waste. Instead, they sell it to municipalities because it would cost them a lot to dispose of it properly. Excessive ingestion of fluoride during early childhood can damage tooth-forming cells, leading to a defect in the enamel known as dental fluorosis. This disease is not a cosmetic problem, but a window to the bones. It's a visible sign of fluoride poisoning. Like bones, a child's teeth are alive and growing. Fluorosis is the result of fluoride rearranging the crystalline structure of a tooth's enamel as it's still growing. It's evidence of fluoride's potency and ability to cause physiologic changes within the body, and raises concerns about similar dangers that might be occurring in the bones. I'm not against the topical use of pharmaceutical-grade fluoride treatments at the dentist's office. We just don't want to drink HFSA. Even at the dentist, you have to spit it out, and you have a choice. Dentists are experts of teeth and matters of the oral cavity. They are not educated about the effects of hydrofluorosilicic acid on the rest of the body or the environment. Health officials who promote water fluoridation claim that it's safe and effective are not toxicology experts. They're only experts of the policies that endorse fluoridation. These policies are based on the science of long ago, instituted when arsenic, asbestos, and lead were considered harmless. Besides toothpaste, there are so many other sources of fluoride all around us. It's not needed for any bodily functions, considering that it's already impossible to avoid. Adding it to our water supply would be reckless. Currently, less than 6% of the Earth's population fluoridates their water, and this small fraction is diminishing as more and more communities are realizing the fact that the products used for water fluoridation have never been tested for safety on humans or the environment. 98% of Europe has banned or rejected water fluoridation. North America is only one of the few exceptions in the world. There's no difference in tooth decay between Western nations that fluoridate their water and those that do not. This is an issue that affects so much more than our teeth. It affects our basic human rights and the overall well-being of our community. Fluoride does not pass a test of the precautionary principle, which requires that we consider the possible benefits and harms and whether there are alternatives for producing these benefits. Remember, it's not the responsibility of safe water advocates to prove that hydrofluorosilicic acid is dangerous. Promoters of water fluoridation need to do their due diligence to prove that it's safe for humans, animals, and the environment before adding it to our water. If in doubt, leave it out. And let's continue enjoying free water, free of fluoride chemicals, along with most of Canada and the rest of the world.
Thank you. Dr. Charles Frank, member of the Board of Directors of the Ontario Dental Association. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship, honored members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Dr. Charles Frank. I am here on behalf of the Essex County Dental Society and the Ontario Dental Association. I'm also here as a local dentist who's been serving our community for the past 33 years. I would like to talk about the importance and value of community water fluoridation and to tell you in no uncertain terms that fluoride in the optimal amount is both effective and safe. There is no current peer-reviewed science that suggests otherwise. Optimally fluoridated drinking water provides teeth with frequent contact with very low levels of fluoride throughout each day and throughout life. It is also one of the most cost-effective ways to deliver fluoride to residents of the community, regardless of their age, education, or social economic status. Now, as a dentist and a man of science, I am asking this council to base any decision regarding public health on current, legitimate, peer-reviewed science. As the experts in oral health, dentists take their job of educating their patients very seriously, and this includes the benefits and safety of optimally fluoridated water. Our knowledge on the issue comes from two sources. The first includes experts and authorities in the fields of dentistry, health, medicine, and science. The World Health Organization, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, and Health Canada are just a few of the more than 90 international organizations that regard community water fluoridation as a safe and effective public health measure against dental decay. The other source of our knowledge is our own experience as dentists, which comes from our education, our training, and the care we provide to our patients. Since fluoride was removed from our water supply in 2013, I have seen an increase in both the quantity and severity of dental decay in my patients. This is children, teenagers, adults, and geriatric patients. At this point, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a colleague of mine, Dr. Leslie Hayback. Dr. Hayback is a periodontist who practices in Windsor, and she is the vice president of the Ontario Dental Association. And like the other periodontists in the city, she too has seen an increase in the root caries, which is decay along the roots of teeth exposed by gingival recession. The recent oral health report update from the Windsor-Essex County Board of Health states that from 2013 to 2017, the percentage of children with dental decay or requiring urgent care has increased by 51%. This is even with the increased preventative services that are provided in lieu of fluoride that was removed. These additional services fall short of compensating for this increase. I also treat patients at Windsor Regional Hospital, and some of the patients I see are children who, because of their young age and amount and severity of cavities they have, require treatment in the hospital under general anesthesia. Dental treatment has become the most common reason children are treated under general anesthesia in the hospital setting. Access to the operating room at Windsor Regional Hospital is an extremely limited resource, and despite the fact that the number of days available to me in the OR has doubled, I am booking operations well into 2020 now. I just can't keep up. No child should have to go to bed in pain and or wait over a year to be treated. In closing, I stand behind the abundance of research and evidence that supports the efficacy and safety of optimally fluoridated water. More importantly, I also stand behind my own experiences as a doctor when I ask you, on behalf of the residents, or on behalf of the oral health of all residents in Windsor and Essex County, to please reintroduce fluoride to our water. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Dr. Johnny Johnson, President of the American Fluoridation Society. Dr. Johnny Johnson, good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of the City Council. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak before you tonight. My name is Dr. Johnny Johnson. I'm a pediatric dentist in Florida, down south somewhere, and I wanted to let you know why I'm here. I'm a private practicing pediatric dentist of over 30 years. I have seen the benefits of fluoridation, and I have seen the horrors of the absence of fluoridation. You have a patient walk into any one of our dental offices, we can tell you if they were born in a fluoridated area or not. It's that stark of a difference. Cavities happen at a much greater rate, and larger cavities happen in a greater rate in a non-fluoridated area versus fluoridated. You're seeing that here in Windsor. They're seeing it in Calgary, where they have seen a 146% increase in just 3 years from 2011 to 2014. When they stopped it, those are unacceptable risk to take with people's lives, because people do die from abscessed teeth. Now, you may be asking why I'm here as the American Fluoridation Society representative to speak with you when you have excellent people from Canada that can answer these questions. Well, the misinformation you've already heard here is why I'm here, because it emanates from the United States, which I am saddened to say. The anti-fluoridationists, the Fluoride Action Network, use misinformation, cherry-picked tidbits of information from credible evidence, credibly conducted science, to pluck out what they want, mix in their opinions, throw in a blender, then pour it out over people that do not understand science. That is criminal. You should not do that to people that do not understand, and Dr. Google, College of Google, is only going to pull up the most pulled up sites. As Dr. Charles said, Frank said, please depend on experts. No one can be an expert on everything. When you look for a bridge to be built, you turn to your experts in your building department. You don't turn to someone on the internet and say, should we build it out of straw and mud, because that's the original type of things we did. You look to build it out of something that's going to last you 40 years. When you look to say you wanted to bring a Canadian professional hockey team here, you would not look at the person who floods the local skating rink and ask them how it should be done. You would look to the NHL and ask for those questions and guidance. My group is a nonprofit group. We don't take a penny for anything that we do. This is all volunteer, and we are funded by a dental foundation that allows us to travel to areas that need expert help for those that misrepresent the science. One of the things I would like to point out quickly is that this is the National Research Council book from which plucked information was presented to you a few minutes ago. This has to be done. This study is done every few years to see what is the maximum amount of fluoride naturally occurring in the water that is safe to drink in the United States. There are 200,000 people that have fluoridated water that is between 4 to 16 parts per million. The EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, has historically set it at 4 parts per million. That is 6 times what you had in your water. What did this group find? Hardy Lineback was one of the 12 members on this group. What they found was that there was no health problems whatsoever. The only health issue that occurred was enamel discoloration. There was no cancer, there was no thyroid problems, no reproductive organ issues, none whatsoever. Hardy Lineback signed off, that unanimously was signed off, that document was. He may say what he wants to by plucking information out, and he does, but he signed off on a document that said the only thing that happens is severe dental fluorosis, which is brown staining. I put it in your packet that you had. It does not occur from fluoridated water at 2 parts per million. From 4 to 2, it goes away. That's 3 times what you had in your water. You do not get stained, ugly teeth from fluoridated water. To summarize, I ask you this. When you had the CDC and Health Canada say not to eat romaine lettuce, did you eat it? Mm-mm. Why would we not trust them on this as well? They're not here to lie to us about fluoridation. Thank you very much, and any questions I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Zaki Zarabi, Newcomer Settlement Advisor of the YMCA of Southwestern Ontario. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Zakia Zarabi, and I am a settlement advisor at the YMCA of Southwestern Ontario Newcomer Program. I am also a graduate student of Dental Assistant Level 1 and 2 programs at St. Clair College. I have been working with newcomers for over 10 years through the settlement programs. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about the immediate need for oral health within the newcomer community. As you know, newcomers are coming to Canada through different programs or categories of immigration, such as a skilled worker, government-assisted refugee, private sponsor, refugee claimant, and many more. Some apply based on their education and work experience. Health practitioners, such as dentists, pharmacists, are example of this category. But a large number are also refugees from different countries who have been left in refugee camps. Oral health awareness and prevention have taken a back seat as these newcomers seek to reach a more stable life in Canada. Once they are in Canada, there is a substantial need for the introduction, promotion, and prevention of oral health in this group of newcomers. Learning a new language is the first obstacle for newcomers face upon arriving in Canada, and many other challenges arise that may further push oral health down their list of priorities. On average, newcomer families have 3 to 5 children. If we educate the parents on oral health matters, the young generation can reap the benefits of prevention. I see the following as a good place to take action. Number 1, newcomers need to be introduced to oral health concept, awareness and how to get access to oral health services in the community, promotional resources that meet newcomers' needs, such as language barriers. And also, I want to emphasize on education on oral health in adults and children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tamara Stomp, property owner in Ward 4. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a Kingsville resident and come to work each day in Windsor. My owned property in Ward 4 is my office, where I spend at least 10 and up to 16 hours per day. I'm a lawyer, go to court downtown, but I also eat 3 meals a day in Windsor. I drive the streets, shop the stores, go to restaurants, attend professional medical appointments here, and enjoy the entertainment and program lectures in the city. But I wouldn't drink the fluoridated tap water. I was a member of council for 11 years, the last 4 as deputy mayor of Kingsville, and as a member I was also on county council and a rep to the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit from 2010 to 2014. I did not support fluoridation then, nor do I now. I disagree with the information and findings in the report before you. Read it carefully. There are too many in general and appear to have comments. I'm here to ask you to beware. Consider the Safe Drinking Water Act, which sets the licensing requirements for a municipality to operate a safe water supply system. The license states that any chemicals added must be tested for safety. We learned 5 years ago when this issue arose, right here in Chambers, and resulted in defluorination, that the Windsor Utilities Commission CAO John Stewart was of the opinion that the fluoridation chemical did not come with the safety studies required. Thank you to Mayor Dilkins, councillor, as he then was, for asking that question. For these safety studies, the Safe Drinking Water Act states you may rely on the advice and report of an expert. What expert would be better than your own water chemistry engineers? You cannot rely on the health unit for that kind of analysis of what is happening in the offices of the doctors versus what happens in the environment to the water. So listen to the water chemistry engineers that understand how toxic it is to handle the chemical in raw form and aware that it corrodes pipes. Ask why your staff puts on hazmat suits to pour in the neurological toxin of hydrofluorosilicic acid, a waste scraped from the inside of industrial smokestacks. Ask why the tube you hold says not to swallow the fluoridated toothpaste. Ask why this acid is classified by the Canadian Environmental Protection Act as persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. Why Environment Canada calls it a hazardous substance. Why Transport Canada calls it a dangerous good. And wonder why the Canada Food and Drug Act does not control or regulate this acid, saying it's not a product with a health claim, even though fluorinators want the population to drink it every day. I attended a council training session on the coming into force of the liability section. Think Walkerton and now Flint. Section 19 set a standard of care of legal liability, that you must exercise your decision-making powers as a reasonably prudent person would be expected to exercise in a similar situation. Another way to phrase that is the precautionary principle. When you have alternatives such as more education, more early childhood discovery, and treatment and fluoride in a tube or pill form, you do not need to mass dope a population. Beware that the liability sections create a quasi-criminal personal liability to counselors individually, not just your municipality. This is not just for the main insurance policy to cover it. If you're found personally liable under the Act, you may lose your house, your wages, bank account, monies on deposit can be garnished, all for sitting in a council table voting for a recommended decision. If the province really believed that fluoridation was the remedy, it would mandate it province-wide, but instead it plays a patchwork game, leaving it up to each municipality, and then enacts legislation that says that you can be sued if you guess wrong. What a conundrum for provincial legislation to allow you to put fluoride in your water and then expose you to criminal prosecution for doing so. From just under 47% of municipalities that were once estimated to fluoridate, more and more have stopped fluoridating or won't reverse non-fluoridation decisions. If none of the presentations here appeals to your environmental health or safety senses, then consider that almost the whole of the EU is against fluoridation. Why, when we are touting membership in a global community, would we risk having our products refused by outside markets because they're made with fluoridated water? Even Heinz and Leamington, as you've heard, created their own water supply purposely so that fluoride could not be added to baby food. I think that tells you something you should listen to and not reverse the decision to stop fluoridation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leslie LeBay, resident of Ruthven.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of Leslie. Her car actually broke down on the way here, but she says, "Hi, my name is Leslie LeBay, and I am here to share my opposition to water fluoridation. I have several reasons for not wanting fluoridation chemicals in drinking water, but I'll share only one with you today. As a person with polycystic kidney disease, an inherited life-threatening kidney disease, and any others with compromised kidneys, drinking water with fluoride puts further strain on our kidneys. Toxins are not excreted the same for me as someone with fully functioning kidneys. Fluoride will accumulate in my body more than someone with kidneys that work properly. Ingesting fluoride means it will build up in my bones and make them more brittle with age. Bottled water or distilled water is not affordable for most, especially the elderly who would be most likely to have weakened kidneys. Since fluoride is easy to find and cheap to buy in toothpaste, it doesn't make sense to put it in our drinking water, to make our drinking water unsafe for members of the community. This segment of society should have the same access to public water as everyone else without compromising their kidneys. The irony of fluoridating a water system based on a group of people that can't afford dental health care ignores another group of people who are now expected to find a different source of drinking water, a resource I believe is a basic human right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Thomas Oper, pediatric dental specialist. Good evening.
Mayor Dilkins, members of Windsor City Council. I would like to speak to you tonight on behalf of the pediatric dental specialists of Windsor, Essex County. We are witness to the severity of the oral health problems in our community. The Health Unit report is sobering. It has identified Windsor, Essex County to have a tooth decay rate 2 times that of any other comparable city in Ontario. What is more sobering is realizing that most of the children that pediatric dentists see are under the age of 4. These slides clearly show you what we see every day in our practices. These are children that are suffering from pain and infection. The volume of patients we are seeing makes it impossible to treat all of them as quickly as they should be treated. The slides I am showing you are all children from our community. I would like to emphasize the importance of supporting the Health Unit recommendations. Although the discussion often centers on community water fluoridation, the problem in our community is very complex. Fluoride supplementation to municipal water is an essential component of dental decay prevention. It is also imperative that funding for early dental education continue, that every child sees a dentist by their first birthday, and as a community, we aggressively insist that the provincial government more appropriately fund the HSO program. Currently, it is through the generous and often volunteer services of the dental community by both specialists and general dentists that these children receive care. It is essential in discussing this problem that you never lose sight of the fact that this problem begins in infancy and early childhood. Many children by age 8 or 9 have irreparable damage to their developing permanent dentitions. Children cannot advocate on their own behalf. As our representatives, you are in a position to advocate for Windsor, Essex, and make change happen. I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I encourage you to look deeper. What do we want for our community, and especially our children? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dorothy Sittler, resident of Ward 3. Good evening.
Good evening. It's been a long evening, but it's going to be a good one. I'm Dorothy Sittler, and I have been everywhere, to my knowledge, here in Windsor to deal with my teeth situation. I'm a senior who was on disability from 1991 to age 65, 4 years ago. I was born with 1 kidney, and urologist Dr. Khmer Martsuk wants it monitored for all procedures that I have to go through. I need 20 teeth removed in the hospital because of dire health issues. I was widowed in '83 and was a single mother for 9 years prior, so it's not been an easy life. Somewhere in my lifetime, I acquired the germ of hepatitis B. This could be activated. It stops me from giving blood now. My teeth are misaligned from a car accident in 1991, and I have been unable to work since that time. The person that hit me was 23 and killed on the spot. I had global head injuries, double whiplashes, and post-traumatic fibromyalgia. And trauma of surgery leaves me in extreme pain, and to have it done piecemeal would not give me ease for 4 years to come. I also acquired post-traumatic chronic fatigue, of which I was healed in 1995. My brain looks like a stroke victim. To deal with teeth was not on my priority list. A blocked bile duct prevents me from getting pain medications, etc. I'm only on natural medications to cope with present health issues. I had cancer surgery on March 5th this year. I am grateful to tell you I'm declared with no cancer active presently. Two teeth were removed, 1-1 and 1-2. 1-1 was broken at the gum and the other 1-2 had an abscess on April 5th this year and the bone fractured. I had a partial made, which is very painful because of fractured bone, and new broken tooth 2-4 where the clasp fits on. Digestive issues are dire. 3 teeth were removed on August 3rd by the oral surgeon. Shards of 2-6 had to be filed down on September 20th. So 6 weeks I went around with that. He does not do surgery in the hospital for the past 10 years. So 3 teeth already are done against the fee of $5,000 for the 20 which need removal. I had a cystoscopy on October the 5th. I have 2 cataract surgeries coming up. Green Shield, which I've been paying into since 2015, is exhausted until January 1st because of the discovery for all the teeth that needed to be extracted already, but my remaining 20 teeth still need removal. I actually owe 2 dentists yet because I do not have the money to deal with this. Health Unit, Alan Cunell, St. Clair Dental, Family Services, Ontario Works, ODSP have all been consulted. I can get dentures, but the extractions need to come first. Christmas is coming, and last year's season was trashed because of the cancer surgery being imminent. It is really embarrassing and demeaning to have to function in public without top front teeth. I obviously have chewing and digestion issues as well. You can see that the health and financial situation is really bad. Do I need to go to the media? Seniors are not feeling respected. Let this stop now.
So Dorothy, let me just, are you in favor of water fluoridation or not? I'm not sure.
No, I have had chlorination, I've had fluoridation, I've had, okay, I wrote it down, just because.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because I wasn't clear at the end of your presentation, so.
No, it hasn't helped me. I'm 69 and I'm in this situation.
Thank you very much. Douglas Hayes, the Council of Canadians Windsor Essex Chapter. Good evening.
Mayor Dilkins, members of council, I have to apologize, Mr. Dilkins, that I misspelt your name. I put an I instead of an E. I'm the chair of the Windsor Essex chapter of the Council of Canadians. Some of our major work is connected to water, be it protecting lakes and rivers from contamination by toxic oil spills, lack of government overview for construction projects like pipelines, bringing awareness to past dumping of mercury by the pulp and paper industry at Grassy Narrows. Locally, we held demonstrations and lobbied to help have the pet coke piles removed from the bank of the Detroit River. And we took 750 liters of water to Detroit when the city was turning off water to low-income residents who could not afford to pay their bills. Through our Blue Planet project, we have worked helping citizens in other nations take back their water systems from unscrupulous corporations. Between 2008 and 2009, our national chair, Maud Barlow, served as senior advisor on water to the 63rd President of the United Nations General Assembly and was a leader in the campaign to have water recognized as a human right by the United Nations. As you can see, we are very passionate about clean, safe water. This brings me to the Health Unit's request to introduce hydrofluorosilicic acid, HFSA, into the water supply of our municipalities, the majority of which ends up in our lakes and rivers. And this is not calcium fluoride or sodium fluoride. This is a toxic chemical. HFSA is classified by the Canadian Environmental Protection Act as synthetic, persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic, an industrial byproduct never regulated under the Canada Food and Drug Act, co-contaminated with arsenic and other elements according to the National Sanitation Foundation Certificate of Analysis, prohibited from direct environmental disposal by the Hazardous Waste Act. 5 years ago, Dr. Hyman told us that somehow, miraculously, this toxic chemical was converted to fluoride, but he was not clear as to what happened to the arsenic, lead, radionuclides, and other contaminants. Do these accumulate in our body? What effect do they have on our body? I'm not a scientist, but I do know that there are alternative ways of protecting teeth from decay, and it is not by adding a toxic chemical to our water. The Council of Canadians is asking Windsor City Council not to reintroduce this or any toxic chemicals to our potable water system. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Gingrich, member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and Human Rights Coalition. Have a motion on the late delegate, please. Moved and supported. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Sego, Seragego, Nyawe, Shogwe Desio Agohoe, Otsulone, Nahi Deshkanzibi, Nyangyat, Nunwe Dekanagele, Anyawala, Niwagi de Lodin, Guswenta, Niwago Wenjoden, Hanyo, Niwaga de Lisvio. Thank you very much. My name is Heather Gingrich, and I'm a member of the Science and Human Rights Coalition based out of Washington, D.C., although I live in the Great Lakes Basin for most of my life, and in particular in the Antler Thames River watershed, which you are also a part of. Whether or not you were aware of that. I'd like to acknowledge my presence in shared territory of the Oehoe. And I'm functioning today as the Deganawida, which is a peacemaker term. So when we have issues involving conflict or differences of opinion, it is the history of this place, this land that we all share, in which we raise our children, in which some of our ancestors are buried, in which we hope our descendants will be able to enjoy, to come together and reason together and come to a consensus that is honoring of all people. Not only for 7 generations, so that our great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren will call us wise ancestors, but also that acknowledges the sacredness of all things, whether it be a single-celled organism or a multi-celled tree, something that so that there's no amoeba left behind, so to speak. So I've come to discuss from a law, a reconciliation of laws perspective. Justice Murray Sinclair released his report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is probably the most pressing issue facing us here on Turtle Island, and how we manage that. And he was very good to give us a reconciliation framework of the 94 calls to action, which we in our communities and in our homes and as individuals are called to apply and implement ourselves. Now, if we do have some pressing matters ahead of us. The International Panel on Climate Change issued a report giving us some deadlines, which is always really good for humans. We like deadlines. So we basically have 13 years before we reach a point of no return. So what I wanted to do is very quickly, I probably wrote the book on maternal, child, and health and reproductive outcomes relative to environmental factors like residential water and air quality. So if you want to check my online Google persona, I have to admit I was deeply offended by quite a few of the comments I heard today. I found them extremely disrespectful to all that had to listen to that. So I want to give you just a lowdown. We've already heard from Ms. Stomp about your Section 19 requirements, but I'm here to inform you that according to international law, this policy would be in violation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which Canada ratified May 19, 1976, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the 10th of December 1981, and the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel or Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, 24th of June, 1987. So the other things that are mentioned that are a little more regional would be Section 4 of the 1909 Boundary Waters Treaty with the United States of America, as well as Section 19, which also applies to staff, especially those who have a professional designation and who have also sworn an oath of service to protect the community, not policies. Or trade relationships such as they may be, or anything that might be contractual. There's also violates the spirit. Certainly, it has not been codified. That was the intention of Section 37 of the 1982 Canadian Constitution Act, but certainly Section 35, which is the duty to consult. And as far as I know, to my knowledge, and I'm pretty read into these things, the Indigenous communities with which you share this watershed have not been consulted or involved in any of these discussions. That is sort of reality, and I realize I don't have much time. So the bad news is I've been in this watershed most of my life. This passes drinking, this is considered safe by the medical officer of health from which this came. It is probably already at your doorstep. And I know that we are facing other issues upriver. So the thing that I recommend that you do is follow the lead of the United States Environmental Protection Agency and liberate your own data that tells you what you have in your water already.
Thank you very much. Krista Dufour, dental hygienist. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship and honored members of Council. My name is Krista Dufour. I'm here to support the recommendations of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit to reinstate the practice of community water fluoridation. As an oral health care provider, I am familiar with the benefits of community water fluoridation. It has been used safely and effectively for 70 years. Water fluoridation is a universally accessible preventative health measure regardless of socioeconomic status, age, race, gender, etc. Oral health is an integral part to overall health. Dental decay is a disease, it is preventable, and it has far-reaching effects on the overall health and quality of life of individuals. Also, I like to say that fluoride exists naturally in virtually all water supplies in the environment. It is not a medication, it's a mineral, and adding it to the water supply has no proven detriment to health in the amount available to the public. It is supported by 90 international credible health organizations. And for those who do not wish to consume fluoridated water, there are alternatives available. I believe that the real question is not whether to force fluoridation on those who don't want it. The real question is whether the select few who don't want it can force the blockage of access to an important community health resource for those who need it most. Those who suffer the most oral health disparities also benefit the most from community water fluoridation. Vulnerable populations like children, elderly, low income, and homeless. It is important to be mindful that it is the most vulnerable who will live with the consequences of the decisions made today. They are the ones most often without a voice, and so this is why I have taken the opportunity to speak today on their behalf. The water belongs to the community. It belongs to all of us, and that has to encompass all of us. Currently, I work bringing mobile services, dental care services to long-term care facilities, and the situation in the long-term care facilities in this community is dreadful. The oral health is not good. And so water fluoridation is one way that we can reach everybody equally. I was listening to the delegates speak, and some important things were brought up. One, I want to just make clear the distinction between topical and systemic fluoride. This is something that oral health care providers are aware of, the public is not always aware of. They're two different things. Yes, we're told not to swallow the toothpaste. That's topical fluoride. It's meant for topical purposes. Water fluoridation, it's systemic fluoride. It's meant to be ingested. Fluoride exists naturally in the environment, just like calcium does. It's a mineral. Somebody had said that the FDA defines fluoride as a medication. That is not true. Health Canada is a very reliable resource that will tell you fluoride is not a medication. Somebody brought up ethical questions of autonomy and beneficence. Well, they're important questions, but I want to just, I guess, reinforce that the community water belongs to everybody. That there are situations where Canadian society has established a core set of values which allow for the infringement on individual rights in certain instances, like mandatory vaccines, fortification of foods, and testing for genetic diseases. Speaking about the fortifications of food, somebody had brought up the issue about, fluoride possibly being toxic as fluorosilicic acid. Fluorosilicic acid is very, very concentrated, and when it's added to the water, it hydrolyzes, which changes what it is. Of course, it's important when you're transporting fluorosilicic acid in its concentrated form to be mindful of the risks to the worker and to protect that worker. So, of course, it looks like this concentrated form of fluoride can be harmful, and it's true that it can be, but so can vitamin A and vitamin D, and we still add those to our food and our milk and our bread. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the delegations. Members of council, questions of the delegates. Councillors Bordelin, Kuzmerchuk, Geniak.
Could I please have Dr. Ahmed and Tamara Stomp up, please? Both, I guess, just calling them up. I'll start as Tamara's making her way up, but I'll start with Tamara first, just a couple of questions. So you mentioned in your opening remarks that you were an elected official in Kingsville. You also work in Windsor. And some of the comments that you found. So I want to go to the comments specifically that have to do with the political and the representative side. So you made comments that as councillors we would be held liable and that we would be held responsible, comparing it to Walkerton and Flint. So as an elected official with years of experience and as a lawyer by trade, do you actually believe that and know that to be true?
Absolutely. That's why I had to attend the program. And it was put on at AMO. And I got up early to go to this because I am a lawyer and I'm concerned about liability. That's what's happening at Walkerton. That's exactly what happened at Walkerton. That's the reason they put that in the legislation. The second thing is that it's happening at Flint. It's happening all over. There's an outstanding court
so you're
case
comparing
in Peel.
the fluoridation of water, and specifically the Fluoridation Act, which is an act under the municipal code that entrusts municipalities to actually include fluoride or not in the water. So you do realize that it is our purview as elected officials to actually do this. So it's not something that we're going to be held liable for.
Nope.
Do you understand that?
Well, if someone is able to mount a case to prove that it is detrimental to them, and they had the resources with which to mount that case, this is a completely litigious day and age. So if someone with fluorosis or kidney
so anybody
wants to bring an
anybody
action,
can decide to sue anybody.
Yeah.
But you came up front and as a delegate, in essence, saying that we would all be held liable for a decision to include fluoride back in the water.
That's what
not,
they
as
taught me.
individuals, not as counselors.
That's what they told me, that you have a municipal liability, so you're relying on your...
Who's they?
The two seminar leaders at the AMO program. So I'm sure you've had it on your list to do, have you not?
So I will ask administration later for clarification to actually show, but I did want to bring you up because I wanted to clarify for those watching that that is not actually true, and that as a council doing the due diligence, listening to our medical officer of health, the Ministry of Health, the Health Canada, that these are all more than doing our due diligence to actually do this. So thank you for coming back up.
So just to comment that would be your argument against being held liable. That's correct.
So thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So you had a quick 5 minutes that you were sort of rushed through, and I wanted to get to a couple of questions. So one of the issues that someone raised was the complications that ingesting fluoride through their water would do specifically for liver issues or things like that. Can you comment to some of the other health concerns that people have raised as far as what seems like issues that ingesting fluoride would cause issues with some other problems like liver issues?
So I'll start off with that there is overwhelming evidence and decades of research that shows the effectiveness of community water fluoridation and the safety. This is a recently conducted document that is in your agenda package, which is conducted by our own Public Health Ontario, which is the scientific body that provides all the scientific evidence for public health departments in Ontario. And they have recently conducted this study. We take everything seriously as scientists. We want to look at the evidence, what is out there. Every evidence, every research paper that is published, we try to look at it and make sure that the research is conducted properly and the conclusions that are being drawn by those scientists are valid and it is applicable everywhere. Based on this recent document, there is no evidence to support any of the claim that was made. And if any of those claims were true, 73 years of community water fluoridation, we would have seen many more health issues that people talked about.
Can you speak to some of the issues that I believe it was Krista, the dental hygienist, that had just mentioned about the concentration levels versus, and when we're talking about fluoride as the chemical in its chemical state, as opposed to adding it and putting it into the water supply over so many parts per million. Can you speak to those differences?
Definitely. So there are guidelines that the Health Canada sets up in terms of the maximum acceptable concentration of fluoride in the water, which is carefully monitored and set to an optimal level that is shown to be beneficial for the health, oral health of the individual. And it all depends on the concentration. Any element that you take up, even as Krista mentioned, vitamin A, any other nutrients, if taken in larger quantity, it may be harmful. And same as with fluoride. And that is why it is strictly regulated, it's strictly monitored every time, every water treatment plant operators, they look at the concentration very carefully, and any adverse event, it is monitored and reported and corrected.
So looking at I think the final number mentioned earlier was 0.07 parts per million. In that form, even if it was going to higher at 1 or 1.5, is there any concern for as far as the negative health implications at those levels?
And definitely not. The levels are set intentionally to provide that cushion that if for any reason the concentration is increased, there is no harmful effects to the health. The harmful effects are only seen at much higher level, 10 to 15 times of the level that is in our community for water fluoridation, and that is the reason that 0.7 is chosen as an optimum level of water, fluoride in the water that is shown to be beneficial and effective for the oral health of the individuals.
Okay, thank you. And you seemed rushed at the end of your presentation. Was there anything that you did not finish in your presentation that you wanted to share with us? I think it's important to have our medical officer of health represent all the facts here for the community.
So I've heard many of the conversation, and especially when it comes to the effectiveness and talk about the bioethics. And as I presented myself as the public health specialist, there are differences when it comes to the public health ethics and the biomedical ethics that you're presented with. And as the council member, you have the responsibility to not only the residents who are sitting in front of you, but also the residents that are in the home. So public health ethics is focused on the equity. It's focused on the benefit of the community. And that is what we are advocating, that our community needs our attention. Some of the recommendations that we are putting forward, those are all based on community needs, and those are not based on my personal opinion or how I feel about it. It is for the benefit of the entire community. There are different levels of intervention that are out there, and as we said, that there is no single strategy that will take care of all of this problem. We need multiple layers of strategy. We need individual level strategy that focuses just on the education and education and prevention piece, which we are doing, and we know that it is not that effective. And there are changing individual behaviors. Are obviously it's not easy, and it's cost intensive as well. Public policies are developed and designed to provide the maximum benefit to the entire community, and that is what we are saying, that in terms of the level of intervention and their effectiveness, the community water fluoridation provides the best protection in the community that we are living in, and it gives an equal chance, fighting chance to everyone who is dealing with these dental health issues. And the data clearly shows that our community in particular has much more dental health concerns compared to the comparable communities such as London, Niagara, and Hamilton.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I've got a motion at the appropriate time.
Councillor Kuzmierczak.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. Ahmed, thank you very much for all the excellent work that you've done, and thank you very much for bringing our attention to this absolutely important issue in our community. So thank you to you and your team as well for bringing this information and this data forward. I have no medical training, no scientific training whatsoever, so some of the questions that I'm going to pose to you may strike you as a bit naive, so I hope you bear with me. I wanted to ask you, what is, in your opinion, what are the primary drivers of tooth decay in the community?
So
the reason I ask this, just to put this into context, there's other communities obviously around the world that are having this exact same debate as we are here today. And I was looking at articles from Australia, for example, and we know that Australia has a national fluoridation program. They provide fluoridated water to about between 70 and 90% of its population. But you look at articles from the Sydney Morning Herald and other Australian newspapers, and they're dealing with the exact same crisis. They're calling it a tooth decay crisis. And there's one headline I'm looking at right now, the Sydney Morning Herald, that states, "Dentists plead with parents to reduce children's sugar intake." What are the primary drivers of tooth decay in communities like ours that don't have fluoridated water, and in communities like Australia that do have fluoridated water?
So you mentioned about the various debate that's been going on in the community. I'll just make a quick comment on that. I just want to present the stats. There are 72% of the communities in Ontario that receive fluoridated water. So there is the majority that receives the fluoridated water. Now going back to some of the factors that may impact oral health, and I don't want to step on any of the dentists. They are the experts here. Maybe they can have more insight to it. But oral health of any individual is impacted by many, many factors, Behavior is one of the factors, education is one of the other factors, diet is another factor, and also the preventative care and the treatment that they receive are another factor. So our recommendation touches on each of those individual factors. And our recommendation touches on education and prevention piece, our recommendation touches on the availability of these services, and our recommendation touches on the community water fluoridation, which is the most equitable and most effective and cost-effective way of providing some benefit to these individuals. And as I said earlier, there is no one intervention that would take care of it all. We need to work on all those fronts. And there's lots of misinformation out there, and we need to make sure that we are providing our recommendations based on best evidence that is available and to the benefit of the entire community.
But it seems to us from our friends in Australia that putting fluoride in water doesn't stop or limit this crisis from growing, because they're having the exact same conversations we're having here today. Is that correct? Or?
Well, I don't know what's happening in Australia, but what I can say is this debate, there's been a lot of this science that is being used and cherry-picked in terms of where this conversation is going in. This conversation ends in having fluoride or not fluoride, but the issue is oral health, and we need to pay attention to it. We know fluoride is protective, and that is why it is there. And as I said, there are multiple factors that impact the oral health of the individuals. One of those factors are their educational level, their availability and access to preventative dental services, and their behavior in general, their diet. There are so many other factors which goes into the individual level of details, which would be very hard to consider in making any population health level recommendations.
The articles that I was reading from, again, countries like Australia or the UK that do fluoridate water, they're finding that 1/3 of children are not brushing their teeth properly. Only about 1/5 of kids actually see a dentist before the age of 2. I know the recommendation, I think, in Canada is to see a dentist before the age of 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
1/4 of the kids are put to bed with a bottle, leading to what's called the baby bottle syndrome. The long-term exposure to milk overnight apparently has an impact on caries as well. And also the increase in sweetened drinks like juices, chocolate, and yogurt. So there's a lot of drivers in the community outside of the fluoridation debate that are sort of fueling this crisis. Is that correct? Both in communities that have fluoridated water and in communities that don't. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, when we compare ourselves with other communities, even in Ontario, I don't want to go internationally, but there are communities that have fluoridated water. There are communities that do not have fluoridated water. And even when we are looking at them, our rates of decays are much higher than compared to those communities. So we can say that there are factors that play into in oral health, which education is one of the factors, and we want to make sure that we are spending and investing time on educating the community to make sure that they are taking good care of their oral hygiene and oral health. But that is not the only thing that was going to change everything.
Now, you mentioned that 70% of Ontarians have access to 70%.
72%.
72% of Ontario residents have access to fluoridated water. What's the proportion in Canada, for example? Because I read somewhere that it was about 1/3 have fluoridated water. Can you confirm or?
The outliers in the community water fluoridation is Quebec and British Columbia, which is pretty big in number, and Quebec has the lowest lowest percentage of people who are receiving fluoridated water,
What is that percentage, Doctor?
I believe it's less than 10%.
Okay, in Quebec, less than 10%.
In Quebec.
And then you mentioned BC also does
Yes.
fluoridate. What's the numbers there?
I don't have that, but it's also less than 10%.
Less than 10%.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, if I can just bring your attention to the oral health report. Again, phenomenal report that indicates that we do have an issue here in the community. Again, I commend you for the work here. In the oral health report, I'm looking at page 429 of 485. This is the screening outcomes for children in schools in Windsor, Essex. This was the screening that was conducted over a 5-year period from 2011 to 2017. I'm not sure if you have that on the screen, but
no, I don't have that on my
that's
slides.
okay if you don't. So the question that I have is, you provided a really startling statistic that the number of children that did not require dental care decreased by 43% over the 5-year period. Is that correct?
increases the dental health needs of the children. It has.
Yeah, I think it says here no care required, and the number of children that did not require care went down by 43%.
No, that is not.
That did not require care, so no care required.
So we're looking at page number 31.
This is 429 of 485. I do apologize. That's the page number that I have on the agenda.
Do you have the figure?
This is table 7. Yes,
Table 7?
Table 7. Mm-hmm. It says the percentage of children where no care was required. In 2011, it was 79.9% of children where no care was required, which means that they're healthy. And that went down to 45.3% in 2016-17. Does that kind of jive? Am I reading that correctly, or?
So I'll have to invite my colleague who may be well versed with the program that we offer, sure, and the children who see that, maybe.
Sure.
Okay, so hi, I'm Nicole Dupuy. I'm the Director of Health Promotion. So what you're referring to is the number of children in need of care has gone.
No, I'm looking at, this is
no care required.
Table 7, and it says no care required. So in 2011, we were doing pretty good. It was 79.9% of children where no dental care was required, so they're healthy.
Right.
And then that number drops precipitously in 2016, 2017, down to 45.3%.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm reading that correctly.
That's correct. Okay. So there's less children that have healthy mouths.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. So the question that I have is so over this 5-year period, you're looking at an average decline of about 8%. But what kind of struck me a little bit is the greatest decline in healthy mouths took place between 2011 and 2013, which is before fluoride was removed from the water system. And this was represented a 15% decline in oral health in both of those years. That's the largest, that's the steepest decline. And this happened before water was removed, or excuse me, fluoride was removed from the system. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, again, going back to my original question, what's driving this crisis that we have here? And it seems like the decline in the health, that precipitous decline, that accelerated decline, was taking place before we removed, or fluoride was removed from the system. And I'm wondering if you could explain that.
So Dr. Ahmed could probably add to it. We also have epidemiologists in the audience who could add to this. But generally, when we don't look at year over year. So what we've provided to you is year over year, but from a health perspective or health unit perspective, when we're looking at data, we're looking at a trend. And I do believe that the health unit had said previously how long would it take to see changes, and at least a minimum of 5 years is that standard. Because lots of things go up and down year to year, it's very difficult to explain specifically why one thing goes up or something goes down. So we do look over the whole period, and so we look for change over time. And then we provide an analysis or look at statistical difference. Like, would that be a change that we would expect, or is it something outside of what would be expected?
And I understand that, but what I'm seeing from these numbers is we were on an accelerator, I guess you could say, in terms of or escalator, I guess you could say, in terms of the escalating crisis in the community before fluoride was removed from the water. So what's happening in our community that, again, even before fluoride was removed, we were seeing this increase or decline, I should say, pardon me, in oral health?
I think you said it right, and my colleagues here would probably agree that and Dr. Ahmed has already said, there's multiple factors that contribute to poor oral health. Many of them have been mentioned. Diet is one of them. Good oral hygiene habits is another. Access to care, treatment, insurance is another factor. Preventative services is another. So it's very difficult to answer sort of your question specifically about what is the specific issue. If you're asking about fluoride, as it's been mentioned, it's one preventive measure. It's a very important preventive measure, in particular from an equity perspective. It gives everyone at least the beginning baseline. It doesn't replace good oral hygiene habits. It doesn't replace good diet. It doesn't replace access to a dentist. All of those things need to happen to really see good improvements in our community.
And just to add up to that comment, and we already know that dental health insurance and availability of preventative dental health care impacts the oral health. And if we go back to with the history of Windsor, 2007, 2009, when the recession hit the community, a lot of people lost jobs, went out without insurance, and so that could be one of the factors that you may see as a result of not getting to the dentist. Their oral health declined at that time, probably the reason because of the access, and then it continued. And I think what we need to pay attention to is the trend, and that is where the population health expertise comes in epidemiology. That if we are looking at the year-to-year data or month-to-month data, we may see lots of variation going up and down, and that is why the trend is important to note and to pay attention to.
So would you agree also that that population, is it possible that population changes have had an impact on sort of the numbers? And the reason I ask is the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences basically states that immigrants experience, or newcomers experience, more negative oral health outcomes. And I think that's something that was mentioned here this evening. And we know that in the last 5 years, Windsor saw an increase of 10,000 newcomers. These were immigrants, for example, that have been in the country less than 5 years. And we know that 40% are refugees, compared to 15% across Ontario. We know that, for example, Iraq and Syria represented 20% of newcomers, respectively. And we already know that Windsor has a high population of immigrants, 27.8%, which is significantly larger than the population of immigrants across Ontario and Canada. So this influx that we're seeing as well, is it possible that that could be also contributing or driving some of the data that we're seeing as well? I'm just curious.
We definitely looked at the data to take that into consideration with the immigrants that came into our community, and the data showed that there is no immigration effect on these dental health. Many of these analyses are done at the school level, and we know in our community at every school, these immigrant population are dispersed in every school. What you're looking at is the average of all the children, and that's why I made a point that we looked at the mouth at every child in the city of Windsor and Essex County. So it's not just the one school that we took a sample and then we compared it with every other kids. We looked at the mouth of every kids that are attending the school. And based on that, even when you factor that immigration part in, how many children are going into school, how many children are assessed, because these assessments are done on JK, SK, and grade 2 only. It's not done on each and every grade student that people are attending. And these immigrants, when they're coming, how many of them are going to JK, SK, and grade 2? And then when they're spread out across the city, there is no effect of their immigration on the oral health, overall oral health report.
I just want to add on to Dr. Ahmed's point. That's correct. So you're talking about JK, SK, and grade 2, so about 15,000 children. So the number of actual children, new immigrants or refugee children in that age group is so small, it doesn't have an effect. Okay. But they do have an effect. They are residents, and they do matter when it comes to decisions. Right. So to your point that they may have increased oral health needs, I think is a really important point when you're making decisions today, that you do have a lot of residents, including new immigrants and refugees who are now residents and citizens of Windsor, who these recommendations matter quite a lot to.
So when I was doing my research, I was looking for a success story. And I came across a program called the Child Smile program in Scotland. Are you familiar with that program, Child Smile in Scotland?
No, I'm not.
So really quickly, they about 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, they were having the exact same debate that we were having here today, to fluoridate or not to fluoridate. And they decided, the national government in Scotland decided they wanted to go beyond the debate of fluoride. And so what they did is they created a program called Child Smile. And what it does, it provides children in daycare and elementary schools in vulnerable neighborhoods, provides toothbrushes and toothpaste, which is what we do in our community. It provides twice annual fluoride varnish applications. I'm not sure if we do that. And it also provides, which I thought was quite innovative, it provides daily supervised brushing in the daycares and in the primary schools. Daily supervised brushing. And a government report found that the Child Smile program increased the percentage of children with no tooth decay from 54% in 2006 to 68% in 2014. So dramatic improvement. So while other countries were seeing a decline, regardless of fluoridation or not, Scotland was seeing a dramatic improvement in oral health in children because of this program. Is this something that we could implement here in Windsor and Essex? Is this a strategy that we could implement?
So let me just comment on the providing the toothbrushes and toothpaste. We do that. There is a program that gives out these toothbrushes and toothpaste to vulnerable children. There is a fluoride varnish program that is implemented in our community, and we do that through, there's a provincially funded program that provides fluoride varnish to children. And when it comes to providing support for, as you said, that helping them brush, it's great, but when we are looking at the population level health intervention, how much it costs. So think about it as if we cannot just say that the responsibility is on them. What are we doing as there for the community? It's about equity. And if we have the funds to do that, that's great. But I think it just goes back to the question of whether it is how much money it costs and how effective those interventions are. And public health interventions are basically recommendations based on the cost effectiveness and the relative effectiveness in the community. And this is what we are recommending. If this can be done, we'll support that. But as I said, there are multifactorial things that we need to consider. These are all the individual level interventions that you can do. And if those individual level attentions have limited impact, and if that can be done, it's cost intensive, and it would definitely show some positive benefit.
It works. It seems to have worked in that country. That's, I guess, the point that I'm trying to make. One final question, just again, a quick question. There's so much literature out there, and honestly, the last 2 weeks, I've read so many journal articles, medical journal articles, dental journal articles, you name it. And there's some good articles, and there's some not so good articles. There's good methodology, not so good methodology. But there's two studies that caught my eye. I just wanted to get your comment on it. So there's two studies that were published in 2017 and 2018. Both were published by the University of Toronto. And they were published in partnership with Harvard University, University of Michigan, Indiana University. They were sponsored by, I think it's the National Institute of Health. And what they found in both of those studies is that there was an association between exposure to fluoride in pregnant women and elevated incidences of ADHD and lower IQ among their children. And what was really remarkable about this study is that they actually followed 213 mother-child pairs from pregnancy, and they tested the children, for example, at age 2, at age 4, at age 6, at age 10. So this was a longitudinal study. And the findings, and I'm trying to quote here from one of the lead authors, the conclusion was, our findings are consistent with a growing body of evidence suggesting that the growing fetal nervous system may be negatively affected by higher levels of fluoride exposure. They're not saying this is fact. They're not saying that they're not making an absolute conclusion, but what they're saying is we need to investigate this more. There's enough grounds. The methodology seems to be fairly solid. There's enough grounds here that we need to do a little bit more research. Can you comment on that, on those two studies?
Sure. As I mentioned, this document is recently prepared by Public Health Ontario, our scientific body, and it touches on specifically on those studies. And I would just say that the studies, and I'm quoting as verbatim, these studies were critiqued by other researchers for methodological limitations, including measurement error and no consideration for other potential explanatory variables such as preterm birth, exposure to tobacco, alcohol, arsenic, or lead, apart from socioeconomic status. The results are advised to be interpreted with great caution due to the high risk of ecological fallacy. Water fluoridation is measured at the state level and confounding biases. And as you know, Councillor, anytime when we are looking at any study, confounding and bias is one of the most important things that we have to look to make any kind of meaningful conclusion. And based on the methodology, if those questions are raised, it raises doubt in terms of what the conclusions, how the conclusions are being drawn, and whether it can be applicable to other communities or other individuals. And this refer back to this paper This conclude that there is nothing to say that it caused any concerns in the neurodevelopment or ADHD, and this is also proven by the European Union for Scientific Community and Health Research. They also said exactly the same thing, that there are fluoride in drinking water at levels permitted does not impair children's neurodevelopment. So we do have those recommendations right in those documents.
No, absolutely, and we know association does not mean causation.
Exactly.
And the researchers themselves, they don't purport to state that it causes or that this is conclusive or whatnot. But I just found it interesting that they seem to imply that they're raising some questions that need to be investigated.
As I mentioned earlier, we do take all these scientific evidence very carefully, and we look at those scientific data and use our best ability to gather all the scientific evidence, all the scientific bodies who are expert in those areas, and make recommendations. We are using all their expertise, collective wisdom of all those agencies, collective wisdom of all those individuals who are conducting those research, and present those recommendations in front of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a point of fact, Toronto has the highest rate of immigration, not Windsor. Just clarify that. Councillor Gignac, please.
Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, don't go away. Thank you. I appreciate the advice that you're giving to Council this evening. And I just want to make sure that I am summarizing correctly. Do you consider fluoridation to be a good tool for municipalities to use in promoting dental health?
Yes. Community water fluoridation is safe and effective, and it has proven to show benefit when it's added at the optimal level. It benefits the entire community and prevent dental cavities.
And your advice to us would be to put it back into the water?
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, the studies that you've presented this evening were very comprehensive. I assume that you began collecting data right after we discontinued fluoridation of the water. It's just children that we're seeing that info on, though. Do you have any statistics in regard to elderly, the elderly population in our community, and the impact of removing fluoride from our drinking water on their oral health?
So we do the oral health assessment of all the children in the school system, and that is why we have a much higher and comprehensive data on those students.
Right.
And that is what we presented. We recently conducted an oral health assessment, a survey-based questionnaire to all the adults and seniors in the community, and we recently published that report last week. And the reports are still concerning, and I didn't present that report to the council, but it shows exactly the same story. The oral health of our seniors and adults and seniors in our community is also deteriorating rapidly. There is no systematic way of collecting that data. We have heard from the dentists what they are seeing, what we have heard from our community members in our survey. It is exactly the same what we are seeing in the children's. Their oral health needs are continuing to increase, and in the absence of any preventative oral health treatment and care, their health will oral health will continue to deteriorate, and they will develop more complication, results in more healthcare system utilization, inability to pay for dental services, and they may go to extreme actions to take care of their problem.
Thank you very much. Dr. Frank, could you come up and speak to the issue of the concerns amongst our seniors? It's interesting in the last, and I know my colleagues around the table have been getting emails and phone calls, the same that I have, from constituents and from people further away. But I spoke to several individuals, 3 in particular, who pointed out to me that they had recently had to pay visits to their dentist because of pain. And they indicated that after x-rays, it was identified that they had problems beneath the gums. And these are older people. These are people in their 80s and 70s. I'm wondering if we, can correlate that to the removal of fluoride from water and how that would penetrate around the gum line. Are these issues that you're seeing more regularly?
In my patients in general, I've seen a greater frequency and breakdown in the dentition and the teeth there. The fluoride works, on the surface. It's also incorporated as the teeth are formed. But when you get issues below the gums, it could be either because of periodontal problems, which is issues around the gums, or it could be because of endodontic problems where decay has permeated into the tooth and devitalized the tooth, resulting in an abscess, which that could be directly attributable or connected with the fluoride. But periodontal conditions are not affected.
And so in your opinion, and you've been practicing for how long, Dr. Frank?
33 years.
33 years. Again, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Dr. Ahmed. Would you consider fluoridation of community water to be a good tool?
Absolutely.
And you would recommend that we put it back?
Yes.
Thank you. Krista Dufour, if I could, please. Krista, you were kind of rushed at the end of your presentation, and I found it very informative, so I'm going to ask you if there's anything you wanted to add to the comments, or did you want to finish any of your comments?
I started a business bringing dental hygiene care into long-term care facilities because there's a need. There's a great need. It's my understanding that I'm the only oral health care provider in this city and surrounding areas that's doing this right now, which makes me very sad. And actually something that I believe Dr. Oper said was that, it's not enough. What I'm doing is everything that I can, and it's not enough. I know that community water fluoridation, it's one thing that we can do that can reach everybody, every single person in this community. And I think that when we make these decisions, we have to consider the voices that we don't hear, which is, residents in long-term care and young children and vulnerable populations, because they're the ones that are most affected and in need of preventative services. I don't believe that water fluoridation is the only answer, but I believe that it's needed and that it can help, and that we should do what we can to help all of the members of our community, especially the vulnerable ones.
I appreciate your comments, and certainly they seem to resonate amongst a number of the delegations insofar as recognizing that fluoridation of the water isn't the only thing that's going to address this issue, but it's a darn important tool. It's a consistent tool, and as Dr. Ahmed said, the education component is important, the fluoride is important. In visiting your dentist, making sure that you start that early. But I appreciate the comments around seniors. If I could, Joyce Zuck, just in regard, Joyce, to your comment about the fund, if you could share perhaps if there is, I guess, a real startling number that you've seen in regard to demographics. You said your fund is running out quickly.
The fund is only between 40 and 50,000 per
Right.
fiscal year, so it's a relatively small amount. What I can share with you that 50% of the fund has been allocated to assist residents in primarily Windsor and some in the county with issues around dental care.
Okay.
Looking at augmenting the services that might not be covered by Ontario Works. Often we can get an extraction funded, but our preference is always trying to save someone's teeth as opposed to pulling them. You would agree with that. I'm not an
Right.
expert on teeth, but I have a full set. I intend to keep them.
Well, I think we all
And
agree
most
to
folks
that.
want to.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's a trend you've seen going up in the last 5 years.
Yes, and I wish that I could tell this council, because I think it would be perhaps most impactful to say that it's primarily children that are accessing that fund, but because of programs like the Healthy Smiles, it's mainly adults and seniors that we are working with.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Councillor Costante.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could call Dr. Ahmed back up, please. Just a few questions. Much of it's been discussed already. There's been an increase, 51% increase in decay rates in urgent care. And Councillor Kuzmierczak asked some questions about drivers. Would you agree that one of the drivers is the lack of fluoridation in the water?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's a significant driver?
It depends on the individual, because as I said, there are multiple factors that plays into part in any individual's health. Some may need it much more than the others, and people who have access to all these services, who are good, educated, qualified people, who have access to dental health insurance and who have the money to pay for the dentist, they may not need it. But for the others who may have a challenge in accessing all of these services, they may need it more. So as a generalizing community, it would be hard, but it's something that as a community, everyone benefits.
Okay. And there's mention in the report the importance of oral health in children and the implications. Has there been any, to your knowledge, any studies done on student achievement and the correlation between student achievement and oral health that you're aware of?
Well, 73 years of studies on community water fluoridation has shown to be very effective in reducing dental caries, and it has been supported by all the leading health agencies across the world, in Canada, outside of Canada, everywhere. They all found a significant correlation of having water fluoridation and improvement in oral health. So the finding is consistent, and it has been reported everywhere.
But on the question on student achievement, are you aware of any link at all? I get the link between oral health and fluoridation, but is there an established link between oral health and student achievement that you're aware of?
By student achievement, you mean how they do perform in their education? Or, well, we know, again, that I'll bring my public health hat on it, and we know healthy child development is one of the most important things, and it's an important social determinant of health that helps children to achieve their full potential by having all the access to education and developing to their brain development, their ability to understand and then grow up to be a useful, productive community citizen. And all these factors are not necessarily linked to oral health, but it is one of those things. When a child is suffering from dental disease, cavities, there are other dental health, they have a hard time in going to the school, they have a hard time in paying attention to what's being taught, and then as they continue to get those information while they're doing it and develop other health-related complications such as abscess and other health diseases, chronic diseases, which there is link with cavities. Children who have cavities, they have a higher incidence of developing cardiovascular diseases and respiratory condition that is also backed by scientific evidence. And all those things are leading for us as a community to, if the children are developing all these complications and no one is taking care of it, they will all grow up and be the individuals in the society without getting to their full potential. And that will be a loss to the entire community. And we need to ask this question, that what are we doing for our children? Because those are the children that we are seeing. The trend is startling, it's disturbing, and these individuals will eventually grow up in our community and be the citizen of our community.
Okay, so could I quickly summarize? The introduction of fluoride would help mitigate against some of those issues with children, doing well in school and issues that they're having. Would you agree?
Yes, it will reduce the dental cavities, which will help them focus more on their schools and education, and will be a more productive member of the society.
Thank you. I want to go to the chart that Councillor Kuzmierczak referenced. I've got it listed, I think it's 429 on the agenda. And I recognize the importance of trends, but I want to kind of drill in on two lines. First is under urgent care required and decay or urgent care required. Generally speaking, we've seen an increase of 1%, 1.5% year over year at the very highest 2%, except for the years 2013-14 to 2014-15. I've noticed the highest jump. So when we look at urgent care required, you're looking at a jump of 2.8% and 3.3% when you're looking at decay or urgent care required. Any idea why there's a larger bump in that time period relative to the other years? And I recognize the importance of trends over 5 years, but any indication why?
Well, this is the data that we have, and one of the contributing factor could be fluoride, because that's the time when the city took out the fluoride. It may be a contributing factor, but I cannot specifically say that that is the only reason that we saw that jump.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a simple question because I don't have the pedigree that you do, and I've been on council for 10 minutes. Is there, according to the reports that you're relying on, is there any causal link between fluoride and other health implications that we've heard of this evening?
So I reference it back to this scientific evidence that is produced by the Public Health Ontario. There is no evidence to support any of those claims other than mild dental fluorosis at a higher level, and mild dental fluorosis have no impact on individuals' health.
And could you explain to us what mild dental fluorosis is?
I think Dr. Frank mentioned that as well. It's the white specks in the teeth, that it's just cosmetic and it has nothing to do with individuals' health. And over time, that is the only significant finding that can be related with having fluoride in the water. Other than that, there is no connection of any of these chronic diseases with fluoride.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just very quickly, Ms. Stomp, please. Ms. Tamara Stomp. Hi, good evening. Ms. Stomp, I just want to clarify, because you've stated that there's a potential of criminal prosecution if we go ahead and vote in fluoride. Am I stating that accurately? Quasi-criminal prosecution and civil. And you're relying on 2 people at a conference that told you that? Okay.
No, I'm relying on the section of the Act.
Of what Act?
Safe Drinking Water Act, Sections 19 and 20 came into effect December 31, 2012.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Fluoridation Act?
Yeah.
And are you familiar that it's a provincial statute?
Yes.
And you're familiar that municipal bodies are actors, creatures of provincial governments, right? And would you be relying on any case law at all to make those assertions? Because it's a lofty assertion to make, especially as a legal professional.
Oh, it's a fine assertion to make to be able to as a legal professional.
Are you relying on any precedent?
You can read it as well as I can, and that was what we were taught, was to be concerned for personal liability, that was what was done when it came into effect. It had personal liability.
Are you aware of any precedent?
Any precedent that anybody's been prosecuted criminally under it?
Sure.
Walkerton?
Are you aware of a case out of BC, Millership versus British Columbia?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it correctly.
Are you aware of a case out of BC called Millership v. British Columbia? Are you aware of that case?
Millership?
Yeah.
No.
So it's a seminal case on liability, and I'll reference just a section of it. And I just want to state this, just for the comfort of councillors. However, the predominant opinion is that public water fluoridation is effective for the purposes of reducing dental caries. And aside from dental fluorosis, if the levels are not excessive, the evidence does not indicate that the health risks complained of are caused by consumption of optimally fluoridated water. This is a seminal case that's being relied on.
As a defense.
But you're making an assertion based on zero cases.
No. I'm saying I don't know of the cases. You know of that case, and that case, that was the defense relied on, ergo, somebody brought a case.
Yeah.
And yes, I do expect you to use your due diligence and all the legal information that, or the medical information and the expert information that you've heard here today. But when this was dealt as your defense, I would hope that you do. If you didn't, you don't have a good lawyer. But will there be a day when the standard changes? That is the concern. I hope that it doesn't overshadow you and you stay awake at night in your deliberations, that's for certain.
Thank you,
But
Ms.
I
Stahl.
do believe it's an obligation of mine to point it out and to be careful about it, because the experts who have advised you also in 2012 were the CAO, Mr. Stewart. He's an expert too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Stahl.
You're welcome.
Councillor Kaschak.
Dr. Ahmed, thanks for your time tonight. Would you say that poor oral health links to other poor health issues in the community?
Yes.
There's a statement that every $1 invested in the community with water fluoridization, that $38 is saved in dental treatments. Would you think that's correct? Or
That is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Dr. Frank or Dr. Oper, Dr. Oper, could you come up? Dr. Ahmed, stay. While Dr. Oper's coming up, can you talk about other chemicals in the water system, Dr. Ahmed, and their harmfulness to the citizens, the residents of Windsor?
So there are drinking water quality guidelines that are produced by Health Canada, which monitors and regulates all the chemicals that are found in the water, and making sure that these chemicals are not above the minimal acceptable concentration. Any deviation from that minimal acceptable concentration, there are protocols and procedures to rectify that, so that the community is receiving a safe drinking water. And all of those chemicals that are commonly found and are known to be harmful for health are strictly regulated and monitored.
Right. Would you think that something like chlorine would be much worse for people than fluoride?
Sorry, say that again?
High amounts of chlorine in the water would be worse than fluoride for people?
If chlorine in a high dose, in a high quantity, it can definitely affect the health of the individual if they're exposed to it. Mm-hmm. Chlorine in the water is essential, and it's maintained at a level which keeps the water free from any of the bacterial contaminants that we find in the water.
Proper levels, yes. Yeah. Dr. Oper, talking about fluorosis, do you see much of that now in the last 5 years since fluoride has not been in the water in Windsor?
It would be hard to quantify the amount of fluorosis that's seen. Mild fluorosis is very common on dental examinations of children with erupted permanent teeth.
Right.
Is it severe? No. I would, at least in our community, we rarely see one with severe fluorosis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So would the statement that cavities would be worse than mild fluorosis be correct?
One of the things that we see when it isn't a total number of cavities, what we're really seeing is the severity of the tooth decay. We see children that have cavities, but instead of fixing the tooth very simply, very conservatively, you're now looking at placing stainless steel crowns and doing nerve treatment on the teeth. So that what we've found during the period of the last 5 years is an increase in number of children who need very aggressive dental treatment compared to perhaps what we saw 10 years ago.
And would you say that's a lot because they're not brushing their teeth enough? Huh?
Well, as Dr. Ahmed said, tooth decay is really a multifactorial disease. And there are a multitude of factors that have changed in the last 10 years that impact dental decay.
Mm-hmm. I guess I go back to when I was a young boy, and I did not like to brush my teeth Probably went a couple days at a time without brushing my teeth, unfortunately. But I never got any cavities. In the 1960s, there was fluoride in the water, and I got a feeling that that might have been part of that, part of my luck, maybe.
I would say that it's certainly a contributing factor. One of the things that we've addressed tonight is changing diets. You have children drinking juice and eating foods that are high in sugar.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed pop and stuff like that too often, but I drank a lot of water, so I just thought there might have been a correlation to that.
I would think so.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Worship, to Dr. Ahmed. And I'll try to be quick out of respect for everyone else's time and other people wanting to ask questions. Dr. Ahmed, I don't want to litigate this. I don't want to say you're right, someone else is wrong, or vice versa. That's not what I want to do here tonight, at least from my end. I understand this was a decision made 5 years ago. 5 years later, we're here to assess the situation. Perfectly logical, perfectly right thing to do. What I need help with, and what I'm having trouble with, and I have to make a final decision on this tonight, right? I have to decide, do we remain status quo, or do we reintroduce fluoride? I have the report in front of us, and we see that, you know, things have essentially gotten worse. But I don't see a direct correlation. And from what I heard tonight is there is no direct correlation. It's a contributing factor, but there are other contributing factors. There is no one direct correlation, is there?
You're right, there is no direct correlation, but there is a direct correlation when you have community water fluoridation. It prevents dental cavities. That's the direct correlation.
Right, but as it results to the situation over the last 5 years, you can't tell me with 100% certainty this is because fluoride was removed from the water supply.
As a responsible public servant, I would rely on the scientific part of it, and we know that there is not enough data that we can use to make that judgment, but we can definitely see the trend where it is heading, and it is my responsibility as the medical officer of health to bring you back the evidence in terms of what is happening with the oral health of our community and what are some of the steps that can be taken to prevent that.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Now, are there any other contributing factors that should be added into this discussion that I'm not aware of? We talked about juices, other diets, other lifestyle features that might be the result of what we're seeing. But how do we correlate, or how do we, balance all the other contributing factors?
So we have our recommendation that touches on all of those things. So when we talk about the continue to support education and awareness in the community, that covers all of that. That has been happening since the removal of the fluoride when the council made that decision.
But has that been working? Because we're here 5 years later, and you're saying that essentially that hasn't been working, or at least to a satisfactory rate, because what we're seeing is worse than what it was 5 years ago.
Well, you're right, because education and advising people to brush their teeth, it doesn't change their behavior. It takes a long time to change their behavior, and these are one of the things that we can do. But there are other things that people can receive fluoride in the water when they're drinking water, and it protects them, and it protects their oral cavity. And it's one of the ways that we are providing support to those individuals who may not be brushing their teeth, but there may be individuals who are brushing their teeth and doing everything that they should.
Okay, so regardless of cost, regardless of efficiency and how difficult it is, what is the best way to improve someone's oral health, a child's oral health?
So our recommendations touches on each of those elements. We need to provide them with good education and awareness in how to take care of their oral health. They need good, strong support for preventative dental health services and access to dental care. They need fluoride in the drinking water, and all those factors would help them in having a good oral health hygiene and good oral health.
But assuming for an instant that they have everything they need, would fluoride in the drinking water still be needed?
Well, we know for a fact in our community what the situations are, where 1/3 of the population and children live below the poverty line, and we cannot be confident that this is the way. If we just take out the fluoride, everything will take care of on its own. If it's great that we can have all those other services in place, but in addition, right now, this is the best evidence that we have to improve the health of our community, oral health of our community.
Sure, but assuming that that child has everything they need, right, with respect to oral health care, they got the education, they have access to, dental care, would you still recommend to that child that you need fluoride in the water?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where my dilemma comes in. And you put up that chart with respect to the different levels of education, and this is, I think you said it's, it's the most difficult, the education, and the payout's not as great. So we go to the benefit for the entire community, the equity, right? But you have a lot of people here saying, I don't want it. So how do I reconcile that?
Our surveys shows 4 out of 5 residents in Windsor and Essex County, they want fluoride back in the water. That survey was conducted with more than 1,400 respondents. And obviously, as you know, the surveys have a limited, we cannot poll every individual in the community. 1,400 is a pretty big number compared to any of the survey that you can extrapolate it based on the community size of the community that we have, which is pretty representative samples. And if you look at that sample, 4 out of 5 residents in Windsor and Essex support community water fluoridation.
But essentially, your argument and the health unit's argument is this is the benefit for the entire community, regardless if you want it or not. It's good for you.
Yes.
I have a problem with that. And that's what I'm struggling with. And it's not, I'm like you. I'm trying to eliminate my bias, my ignorance, and represent everybody that I represent, understanding that there's significant amounts of people that don't want fluoride in the water, but there's other people that don't have a problem with fluoride in the water. I'm having a hard time reconciling that.
I totally understand it, and as the city councilor, you have a responsibility to all your constituents. But I am telling you, 4 out of 5 residents in Windsor and Essex support community water fluoridation. As the politician, you have to take those people who are supporting community water fluoridation as well as those who are not. And just like people say that I don't want it, there are systems that are available that they can put and install in their homes, and they won't get it. Depending on how many people are we talking about few hundreds, thousands, how many? And those are the individuals that I think we need to pay attention to. And any kind of intervention that is happening at the population level, it is based on the benefit of the majority. And the benefit of the majority, what we are seeing is a very steep decline in the oral health of our community, and we need to do something. And this is what.
But not to be argumentative, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that argument if there was a direct correlation. Because essentially what I'm being asked here to do is be pretty heavy-handed, right? Essentially as a public official, say, listen, this is what we're going to do because we think it's in the public's best interest, regardless of any other dissenting argument, right? And we can do that, but it's very heavy-handed in my opinion. Now, without a direct correlation, I'm uncomfortable going there.
We have the scientific evidence, which is presented to you in front of you, which supports all the arguments that we have made. Yeah. We have the arguments that are in favor of community water fluoridation. You have that in front of you. And as the council members, I recognize, and many decisions that you make is in the best interest of the community, not who have the loudest voice in the community. You make decision that is important and that impacts the entire community, and I hope you do the same to benefit the entire community as opposed to just paying attention to some of those individuals.
No, that's perfectly fair. And as you would say, equity, someone said earlier in the presentation, autonomy, where there is still personal freedom. And I believe people should make that decision for themselves if they choose to have fluoride in the water or not. So I think that's just where we differ. And
there is the public health argument, and as in the public health ethics, and it's at the population level. You make decision where autonomy is often overtaken by the benefit of the community.
Right.
If you can make an argument that even if I am sick and if I have TB or something, and if I'm sitting in this room and infecting everyone else and say it is my autonomy that I want to sit here,
But
that
Dr. Ahmed, there's a direct correlation to you having TB and infecting everyone in this room, wouldn't there?
There is no direct correlation with any adverse events related to community water fluoridation, and you have the evidence right in front of you.
That's the only thing. I agree with you, but that's... You got both sides of the gallery there, Dr. Ahmed. No, and I don't want to go back and forth because this is, I'm telling you right now, this is what I'm struggling with, right? And without a direct correlation, right, it's a little bit different for me. It's very different when someone's saying, I don't want to have fluoride. And the argument is, if I, for one, say I don't want to have fluoride in my water, right, then I can use other products with fluoride in it. But if there's fluoride in my water, I am limited and I need to use my tap water essentially. So that decision is essentially made for me. And without a direct correlation, that's a little bit more specific in front of us that relates specifically to fluoride in the tap water and not how much juices someone's drinking or their diet or something else. I'm just uncomfortable going there. But listen, I thank you for being here. I thank you for the report. And that goes for everyone. I think this has been a really well-educated group of delegates. So thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm going to echo some of the comments we just heard from Councillor Francis. I appreciate, first of all of the input we've gotten here this evening from all of the delegates. People have come from far and wide to help inform this debate and have brought insight and passion that's certainly appreciated. And I have struggled with the question around consent. But I'm very moved by the data, Dr. Ahmed, and I do have a question for you that I've seen in your report. What moves me is and I'm going to ask you to comment on the socioeconomic factors that are, I don't think, clearly articulated in the report, and I'll ask you if, through the collection of your data, if you were able to correlate any of the, let's call them negative oral health outcomes with children or with other populations along the income spectrum.
So one of the table, and I'm just trying to find that table, it touches on the material deprivation index, and it is presented in one of the table. And it touches on the socioeconomic status of these individuals, and we can see the impact is much more in children who are materially deprived compared to those who have access. But we can see the trend in all of those socioeconomic status. So it's not just about individuals who don't have the means to get oral health. It is everywhere, and that is why community water fluoridation, it goes to it has the equity. It goes to each and every individual, irrespective of the age, their income, their socioeconomic status, and is beneficial for them.
Are the outcomes worse as we go further down the socioeconomic spectrum?
Yes, that is correct.
Across every age demographic?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask, actually, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to ask you a question related to this. Excuse me, Dr. Johnson.
It's okay. Yeah. I've been called everything. Just don't call me late for dinner.
So it's a very simple question, Doctor. I'll just ask you to offer the same analysis with respect to the jurisdictions that you're familiar with. Do we see a correlation between negative oral health outcomes that are worse along the socioeconomic spectrum? And as a sort of second part to that question, how big of an impact is fluoridated water, or how much does the fluoridated what's the optimally fluoridated water supply mitigate those impacts?
Well, we have very differing measurements. As a practitioner, we use dental x-rays. His measurements are made on a tooth looking in the mouth with a flashlight. They're looking for holes. So it's a public health study is very, very largely underestimating the amount of decay, disease that's out there. I will tell you that studies, not just in my practice, not anecdotal, but studies in New Zealand where fluoridation was begun just a couple of years back, and they looked at 2 cities that were not fluoridated and one that was. They fluoridated one of the 2 cities that were not. They watched it go up after 4 years. It was at the same level of cavity reduction, which is around 60 to 70%, and the cavity rates down in this unadjusted city were the same as they were. He would look at those people in those communities and not see the same increase or decrease in cavities because they're looking, actually, it's much worse. They look at a tooth, and if a tooth has a hole in it, it's counted as a tooth of 1. A more very specific measurement is the surfaces of a tooth. If a whole tooth was cavity was involved, a whole tooth, in DMFT, it's called decayed, missing, or filled teeth, it gets counted as 1. If that whole tooth was decayed down in a DMFS, decayed, missing, or filled surfaces, it gets a score of 4. So there is a huge difference in what public health reports and what you see, Dr. I keep calling him Dr. Charles, thank you. What we will tell you as dentists from what we see, not only as a hole in the tooth, but early calcification, decalcifications, white marks on the teeth of where the plaque is sitting. We see so many cavities beginning that we have to be aggressive when there's not water fluoridation in the area. We may have put a small filling in someone that had a cavity in a fluoridated area because we know that is not going to change much at all. Someone who comes from an area next door, next community over, that has that same small cavity, you put a small filling in it. 6 months later, that tooth has huge amounts of decay. You have to take it off, and as the pediatric dentist was saying, slap a stainless steel crown on the tooth to protect the rest of it. It's a major difference. Absolutely, it's the same across the world. And if I may make a comment about Child Smile, if that's appropriate, I know completely about Child Smile because I was in...
That's the Scottish program that...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Child Smile is, number one, it's only for children. It does not affect adults whatsoever. Number two, Child Smile costs about $135 per child per year. The British Dental Association recommended that if Scotland wanted to retain it, which they really don't want them to, they said start fluoridating your water as well. Now, I know this because I'm very involved with the British Fluoridation Society and the folks over there as well. We all work together around the world. But it does nothing to benefit the adults. And back to cavities on the root surfaces. Cavities on root surfaces, but one thing that really hasn't been said is fluoridated water works in 2 ways. One is it works systemically. It gets into the developing permanent teeth of children before the age of 8 while the teeth are still under the gums. So it makes them harder before those teeth erupt. Then it also, when you swallow fluoridated water, it gets into the saliva and it continues to come out onto your teeth, and it bathes your teeth 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's that increased amount of fluoride. It's a low amount, but it's that increased amount of fluoride that is the topical effect of fluoridated water that is given credit for giving the great reductions in cavities that we see in fluoridated communities. So without a doubt, and in the United States law, just quickly, it has been challenged many, many times in the U.S. courts. Anti-fluoridationists have gone to court. They're in now against the EPA because they didn't like what the EPA had to say to them. They have never won a court case in a court of last resort. Never. Mm-hmm. In every community in the U.S., this is a community-decided issue on fluoridation. Every community you're going to get sued. It doesn't happen. If they go up against a water utility provider, go ahead in court. The Fluoride Action Network's son is an attorney. Doesn't cost them anything. They lose.
Dr. Johnson, and I appreciate you offering all of that. I'm really trying to drill down on the socioeconomic issues and whether or not fluoridated water optimally fluoridated water,
Yes, sir,
is a significant contributor to good oral health for individuals who are in a more challenged socioeconomic position in communities.
100%. The disadvantaged suffer up to twice as many cavities as those that are not disadvantaged, and it benefits them greatly. It's not just the number of cavities, the sizes of them as well. So yes, the disadvantaged are benefiting from it more than others, but it doesn't matter your income level.
Sure.
It benefits adults, elderly, and children.
The reason I'm focused on this issue of the socioeconomic status is because in Canada, I assume in the United States, I'm less familiar with the healthcare system there, is the availability of services piece. And I know that folks at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum have less opportunities to get to have dental services or oral care provided to them. So, Dr. Ahmed, I'll ask you to comment on the availability of those services and the lack thereof, because I know there is a significant lack, and how important in that context for that particular population optimally fluoridated water supply would be for those people.
It would be huge, and we do have a provincial program that provides dental coverage through our health unit to very specific group of individuals, and it has a very strict qualification requirement. So they do get some of those services, but those services are very hard to get in the community. Their fee structure is reduced, and it benefits some portion, but there is a significant portion that do not even qualify for that, but they need dental services. And those are the individuals that would benefit hugely from it. And as a general, they all benefit because they all have these issues ongoing, and it's been causing them lots of problems as they grow older, and they continue to impact their ability to develop fully.
So unless we move to a system where oral health services are equally available to every single person in Canada or in the United States, we are not going to get to an optimally fluoridated water supply would be an excellent means to augment the oral health for people who are left out of the system currently.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Councillor Sleeman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have been listening to my colleagues. Actually, the advantage of it, if you stay kind of until the end, most of the question had been answered. But I still have some question, very simple question, and I need a kind of general answer on that. Dr. Ahmed, here in Ontario, isn't it true that I think children up to the age of 17, they get the oral health checkup and they get the fluoride treatment up to the age of 17. They get it from the health unit or for free, actually, isn't it?
There is a provincial program that has a very strict qualification requirement, and despite those increase in those, there is a huge increase in the need of those children, but that only covers very minimum dental care. There are other care that are not covered, and the fee structure is not supportive of that, and there are issues that are left unaddressed.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the questions was asked about chemicals in the water. And you said something about that the province or the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care or Ministry of Environment, they monitor the water system we have here, whether it's in Windsor or in Ontario, actually. And they just monitor it to be sure it's clean and safe. Now, when it comes to fluoride, is it kind of mandated somehow, one way or the other, by the province to have a fluoride in the water?
So let me just correct you. The province and Health Canada sets the minimum acceptable concentration and the drinking water quality requirements. The water quality is actually monitored by the Utilities Commission that are distributing water to the municipalities, and they make sure that the water is safe when it's coming out of the tap. Going back to your question of mandating fluoride, as Dr. Johnson also mentioned, that this debate has been everywhere, and there are unique circumstances, unique situation to each of the individual communities. communities, and that is why right now the decision is at the hand of the municipal councillors, and it would be great if there is any provincial or federally mandated fluoride program, but I ask myself, as a community, what are we doing for those individuals who need it? And is that the way that we should just defer the decision on this, on the province or to the country to make it legislated? We have a responsibility. You have the tool. You have the ability to make that decision. The science is very clear. It is impactful. It prevents tooth decays. There are no harmful impacts of community water fluoridation, and you can make the call.
Dr. Ahmed, at the very beginning, I think you were saying that we monitored the people in this community before the fluoride was introduced and after the fluoride was introduced. You're going back about 5 years ago or so on. And you find that definitely there was kind of more caries, more decay in the teeth and so on. What affect the decay and the caries? It's not just the fluoride, but also the diet, people, whether they are consuming more sugar and whether they are doing any of this stuff. So when you are doing the analysis, or did you ever ask that question, especially of the samples? Are you eating more chocolate? Are you consuming more candies? Whatever the case. Was it part of your studies?
So our oral health screening program looks into the mouth of every child, and that is what we are mandated by the province to do as part of our Ontario Public Health Standards. That assessment is focused on the visible appearance of the teeth, and it doesn't go into the details, because if we start doing that, that is much more resource intensive. We will have good quality of data, but it's not possible with the current resources that any of the communities have, any of the public health department, to ask those kind of questions in all the children that we are looking into their mouth.
I know my colleagues asked that question about if some people don't want fluoride in the water, but you mentioned the fact that for the good of the community as a whole, you have to introduce it, whether we like it or not. I'm sure you did a lot of research. Is any communities in the world, not necessarily in Canada, in the U.S., actually, they have regular water with no fluoride in it, nice and clean water, but the fluoride it being added at each household. Maybe they have some kind of device where they can inject something to get the fluoride. To your knowledge, is any of such a thing exist actually?
I'm not aware of that. People can access whether fluoridated water or non-fluoridated water through different means. But when we're talking about the community benefit and who is impacted the most and what their wishes are, so I think that's where it goes back to the question, community water fluoridation benefits the majority and it benefits all. There is no harm associated with community water fluoridation.
So really here the question is whether fluoride would have any long-term effect on people. And of course some people say yes it does, and I heard like about pregnant women, but people talk about their IQ drop, but you said it's not substantiated, having been proven?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Other questions of the delegations of administration? Questions of administration? Councillor Ginia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regard to the options available to council this evening, can administration identify any issues of concern in regard to the options that are in front of us? And when I say that, they range from directing you to continue directing funds to the health unit, or on the other end of the spectrum, to direct the remaining funds to NWIN for the purpose of reintroducing fluoride to the water. So in that range of options that are available to council, are there any there that might cause you any concern?
Your Worship and members of council, if the desire is to move towards fluoridation, you will need to pass a bylaw in that regard.
And that's the only issue that we have to take into consideration.
We did have a discussion in camera about how that bylaw could be implemented, and we can certainly, if it is the will of council, we can certainly reconvene in that format to discuss it.
Thank you. I have a motion at the appropriate time.
Councillor Bordelon already beat you, Councillor Gignac. Of Administration, Councillor Costante.
Just very quickly, when was fluoride taken out? What year-ish?
5 years ago.
2013? Okay, thank you.
We've talked about different levels of fluoridation in the water. Can administration just confirm what level we plan to put in or we have put in, and to make sure that it's a process that can be very consistent, that we don't have to worry about that number fluctuating?
Gary Rossi, the Vice President of Water Operations from NWIN, is here from the Windsor Utilities Commission. Is it 0.7 parts per million, Gary? 0.7 parts per million.
Is there very much variation in that, Gary? Okay, thank you very much.
Of Administration, Councillor Holt.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm just hoping that legal can address the assertions that were made by Ms. Stomp about the risk to the councillors sitting around the table.
Certainly. Ms. Stomp is correct in that the Safe Drinking Water Act does indeed provide for criminal penalties and other with respect to an inability or an inappropriate actions with respect to keeping drinking water safe. However, within that same section, Section 19, there is a due diligence defense. 19.5, a person shall not be considered to have failed to carry out a duty described in subsection 1 in any circumstance in which that person relies in good faith on a report of an engineer, lawyer, accountant, or other person whose professional qualifications lend credibility to the report. That would be with respect to the duties of those who are responsible for the drinking water. That is WUC. Those of you who have or will participate in the WUC governance model will undergo training by WUC respecting your duties under that legislation. There is also the provisions under Section 450 of the Municipal Act which differentiate between policy and operational decisions, codifies the Kamloops and Nielsen, which brings in ANZ and London Merton Borough Council, and it has to do with the fact that when council acts in good faith, making a policy decision, which the addition of fluoride would be a policy decision, then they are immune from liability. You need to act honestly, competently, and with integrity as you move through these things. The manner in which fluoride's added, for example, if it's added negligently, that's an operational decision, and that's where that type of liability arises. Have I satisfied your request?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Other questions of administration? Direction, Councillor Bordelon, please.
I would move that in support of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit's recommendation number 1, that we ask administration to prepare a bylaw to reinstate fluoride into the drinking water and to report back with next steps in that process. And I'll speak to it if I have a seconder.
It's moved and it's supported. Councillor Bordelon.
So this debate started 5 years ago, and that council of the day voted to remove the fluoride from the water, but also, in their wisdom, put in a return after 5 years, after looking at the state data and statistics, to revisit the issue. So here we are 5 years later doing just that. And I think what we've seen overwhelmingly tonight as a responsibility from us as councillors is a lot of data, a lot of support from organizations and the leaderships and the professionals that we employ to move towards reintroduction of the fluoride in our drinking water. I wish I could essentially take Joyce Zuck's presentation and reiterate it almost verbatim. I see why she's such a well-respected leader in the community and a previous great city councilor, because she hit upon a few things. So number one in 3 children in our community live in poverty. 1 in 3. So when we sat here and we asked Dr. Ahmed many questions as to why, could it be that they drink pop and eat chips and do these things? The reality is because they live in poverty. So that is one huge determining factor that we continually want to push aside. As people who develop public policy, we need to take that statistic extremely seriously. So matched with that statistic is 4 in 5 people in our community support this action. So it isn't something that we are going against something, people don't want it, and there are definitely issues that come across our desk. I mean, there's a lot of things that as public servants we vote on all the time. I hear it all the time from people who don't have kids. Why do they pay an education tax? It's for the greater good. It's to make sure that those 30% of children living in poverty don't continue to live in poverty, so that eventually one day we can get that down to 1%, 2%, 0. So, and then it's our responsibility as leaders around this table to trust in the leadership that we pay, support, and hire. If the chief of police was sitting here in front of us telling us, here are 10 things we can do to mitigate crime in our neighborhoods, in our downtown, we would listen to him because he's the chief of police. If the fire chief came here and said, this is what we need to do, we need to make sure that everybody has fire alarms in their apartments, we did that. And so we do the things and we listen to our leadership. We have a direct medical officer of health. We need to listen to him. We've seen all the experts. We are not medical experts around this table, and out of the list of delegates, very few were medical or scientific experts, and the ones that were spoke highly in favor of reintroduction of fluoride. I don't think, I understand the passion behind not wanting it. I understand the arguments. There is a lot of information out there. Issues like this can get very convoluted, and at the end of the day, I'm not even going to step down and get into that foray when I have my medical officer of health that we employ, pay, and support telling us that we should be doing this, and at every question along the way said it was a good idea to do so. So for all those reasons, on top of the fact that, and again, this isn't one thing that is going to, 5 years from now, people will say, well, we introduced it and kids' oral health is still poor 5 years from now. This is one tool. Hopefully we can take this example and lead to making a lot of other decisions when we're talking about the policies and programs that impact some of the 30% of kids that do live in poverty in this community. So for all of those reasons, as one step and one tool in the toolbox to reintroduce, to hopefully get to a point where we can see, some increases in the good statistics when it comes to oral health, I'm supporting and tabling reintroducing the fluoride into our water supply.
Councillor Gignac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the initial debate in 2013 took place, I was one of the 3 councillors that voted against removing fluoride from our drinking water. And the debate that happened that night was as passionate or more passionate than it was this evening. We had experts from the Great Lakes Institute to address the issue of discharging fluoride into our Great Lakes. We had medical doctors. We had dental experts. But as Councillor Bordelin has indicated, here we are 5 years later with an opportunity to review the situation again. And I am most appreciative of the people who have stepped forward, the professionals in our community, Dr. Ahmed, who heads up our Board of Health, who the province indicates is the person that we should look to for issues that affect broad spectrum health issues in our community. A 51% increase in the quantity and severity of dental hygiene in our community over the last 5 years is more than alarming to me. A 51% increase. And when we're talking about this issue and we're focusing on children and children in poverty, I have to remind my colleagues that we're not just talking about children. A large number of people have approached me about elderly people who are experience significant problems at a time when these issues should not be rearing their head the way they are. I specifically asked two of our delegates if they considered reintroducing fluoride in our drinking water as an important tool, and they validated that. It's not the silver bullet. I recognize it. It is not going to eliminate dental problems, but it's going to go a heck of a long way. We've heard that proper brushing, of course, is a critical component, that we've heard that visiting your dentist, again, from a very early age is going to make sure that you experience good dental hygiene for a long time. But when you remove that one critical component, the fluoride in your water, you are removing a big portion of the tools that you have available to battle what I consider to be a massive health issue, because it's not just dental issues. When you have poor oral hygiene and when you're dealing with the volume of oral health issues that we're seeing in our community, it affects way more than just pain in your mouth. It's going to affect your heart. It's going to affect a number of other things in your body. So it's critical that we address it. And we address it in a way that's cost effective and it's equitable. It's equitable across our community. So I am definitely in support of the motion on the table, and I'm pleased to see us moving forward.
Motion to extend time, please. Moved and supported. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Holt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been rather quiet this evening, and I attribute that to the quality of the questions from my colleagues. Very thorough, and the amazing speakers that we had here tonight. It's a daunting thing to be asked as I'm a tool maker. I work with metal. I work in the automotive industry. It's very daunting to be asked to apply a blanket medication in the source water for every person in the city. But I'm also pride myself on my sense of community and how much I love my community and care for my community. And you know, it's not just the people in my immediate neighborhood, it's the people outside of my circle of friends, my socioeconomic circle. We have to take care of everybody in the community. And as an auto worker, I've got great dental coverage. I've got coverage here, and I take advantage of that. But there's so many people in the community that does not have that benefit. They might not, frankly, have the education to understand how important it is to have good oral care. It's as you've heard numerous times this evening, it affects everything from your self-confidence when you're looking for a job to other health effects that trickle down the scale. It's critically important, and I'm very happy to support the recommendation that's before us now. It's the findings in the reports and from the professionals that I rely on to come to this decision are shocking. And I know it's not attributable directly to the lack of fluoride. I know there's many other factors, but we have to do what we can, and this is something we can do as a municipality. And for those reasons that I'm supporting the motion going forward.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, I won't be supporting the motion. Great debate tonight. I'm sure it was a great debate 5 years ago. I'm sure it's going to be a great debate 5 years from now. But just very simply for me, without a direct correlation, and we didn't hear, and everyone admitted today, there is no direct correlation with the situation we see now with removing fluoride 5 years ago. So without a direct correlation, I cannot vote to take away personal consent. I can't do it. I can't. So for that reason, Your Worship, I won't support the motion.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. A lot of great comments this evening from all sides of this debate. Again, I won't reiterate my soliloquy from a few minutes ago. I'll just make mention of the fact that for me, this is a social justice issue. This is an equity issue, and in the foreseeable future, I don't see a significant improvement with respect to public access to oral care services for the people that will need them the most. This is something that we can do in our community by refluoridating our water supply, so I will be supporting the motion. Again, I think it's a social justice issue that is a measure we can take immediately or with some degree of expediency to address a clearly significant need in our community, as the report outlines. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Kaschak.
You know, as a new councillor, I realize we're expected to show good judgment on topics that we're not experts on. And as well, we have to make judgments, you know, from time to time based on conflicting evidence. So based on this, I'm going to side with the medical experts and support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
You know, I'm looking at this vote tonight, and I look at a few things. First thing is my own life experiences. You know, I grew up in a small town with no fluoridation, and I saw the impact of that growing up, and I compared that to my children who were in a city that did have fluoridation, and I saw the stark differences. So that certainly influences my decision making. But I'm also listening to the opinions of the public, and I really appreciate everybody that talked tonight. I know you're sincere and engaged and want to do the right thing. The third area, though, is the expertise of the professionals in the field, and that is certainly outweighing the other factors by a considerable amount, because we've all said that we're not experts in this field. I listened to 5 professionals in the field tonight. All 5 of them enthusiastically endorsed putting fluoridation back into the water, and I have to really take heed to that. We have to do what's best for the community. 4 out of 5 people is a significant majority in terms of people that support this. And it's not just a group of people that say, I don't want this, versus a group of people that say, I don't have a problem with it. I'm getting calls and feedback that people want it. So it goes both ways, that there is a significant amount of people out there. They may be the silent majority, and they are, but they want it. They want it for the betterment of their children. So I definitely look at that seriously as well. You know, there are a lot of new immigrants into the city. There are a lot of people in the spectrum of income and education that we can certainly help, and it's significant. And we talk about the poverty levels in Windsor, so I know it's not all about the children, but a big part of it is, because that sets the tone for the rest of their lives. So I'm not afraid of any lawsuit here. I know I'm making a very diligent decision based on expert testimony. There's nothing inappropriate we're doing here, so I will very much support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to start off by acknowledging everyone who's spoke as a delegate. I can tell you I've read every single email up until about 5 o'clock today. And there's been a lot of energy, a lot of work put into this. There's some findings of fact that I have to, I've got to express. Number one, the decay rates we know have increased 51% since we've taken fluoride out. We've learned that lack of fluoride is a contributing factor, and that it's one piece of this puzzle. There's a correlation of poor oral health and income levels, and I find that to be morally unacceptable. And I agree with Councillor McKenzie's point that this is, to a large degree, a social justice issue. We talk about 1 in 3 children growing up in our community in poverty. Well, guess what? There's some communities where those numbers are even worse. United Way report suggests in some communities those numbers are even higher. And so this is, to a large degree, a social justice issue. And we also learned that fluoride consumption at its worst, and this is a finding, leads to fluorosis, which, to my understanding, what we've learned this evening, it's white spots on your teeth that have no adverse mental or physical effects. So on all those reasons, I have to support, I'll be gladly supporting the motion.
On the motion, Councillor Kuzmarchuk.
Thank you, Worship. And again, I want to thank everybody here for what was an excellent and enlightening debate. And I'd like to thank the Health Unit for bringing this important issue to light in the community. The problem of tooth decay and poor dental health is real in our community of Windsor, Essex. And I thank, again, the Health Unit and the delegates from the medical community for raising this important issue and bringing compelling evidence to the forefront. More children are having more problems with their oral health in our community, and the decline among our young people is growing faster than in other parts of Ontario. That decline in oral health started and accelerated before the removal of fluoride from our water system. And that fact indicates to me that there is something bigger than citywide water fluoridation that is driving this problem. We know diet matters. We know that it matters very much. And we know that sugar is a major culprit. We know that that is the major driver. And we know that compared to children in the past, say 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, the children of today are dealing with sugar, with this culprit, in all of their foods at greater amounts than ever before. Whether it's fruit juices, whether it's milk, whether it's yogurt, you name it. That's the big culprit. We also know that good oral hygiene, like brushing your teeth, matters as well. And we know that access to dentists and regular visits absolutely matter. And not enough of our young people, our children, are going to dentists before their first birthday. That's absolutely critical. And I think that that's where our focus should be. The evidence that water fluoridation reduces tooth decay is strong, and I acknowledge that. But it is not without valid questions, and it is not without challenges, and it is not a silver bullet. It does not address the underlying drivers of this very real public health problem. The evidence from programs such as Child Smile in Scotland demonstrate that the incidence of tooth decay can be reversed dramatically in a community if stakeholders, that's all of us in this room, come together and offer programs that target those specific negative drivers. And that means intervening in daycares and elementary schools in vulnerable communities to provide the basics of oral health. That means giving out toothbrushes, toothpaste, as well as access to professional dental care, dental visits, varnish applications. And it also includes behavioral coaching, supervised brushing for children, and finally access to healthy food options. All of those make a difference. Those are the solutions to these problems. And so if we're going to step up and address the significant oral health challenge in our region, all of us need to get beyond the debates that divide us. And we need to come together. We need to understand each stakeholder's role and recognize each stakeholder's strength in this battle. And primarily, I do look to the province of Ontario, the Ministry of Health, for leadership on this issue. And that is leadership that is absolutely sorely lacking on the issue of dental health. They have the expertise, they have the funding, they understand the trends, and they should rule and they should improve their leadership on the issue of dental health. Having said that, I was ready to, I came in here leaning towards not supporting water fluoridation. Again, because of the issues that I brought forward, because I think the focus ought to be on the real drivers of these challenges. But having said that, the numbers are compelling to me. And I think rather than waiting for the province of Ontario to act, rather than waiting for the province of Ontario to pick up the mantle and do something in our community, I think we have an opportunity to do something that the experts here tell us makes a difference. Doesn't solve the issue, but they say that it does make a difference. And for that reason, I will support this motion.
On the motion, recorded vote has been requested, please.
Your Worship, members of council, the motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Bordelin, seconded by Councillor Gignac, is that the recommendations of the Windsor-Essex County Health Unit be supported, and that administration be asked to prepare a bylaw to reintroduce fluoride to the drinking water and to provide a report back regarding next steps to implement the same. On the motion, Councillor Costante.
Support.
Councillor Gignac.
Support.
Councillor Morrison.
Support.
Councillor McKenzie.
Support.
Councillor Holt.
Support.
Councillor Kuzmarchuk.
Support.
Councillor Sleeman. Councillor Francis.
Opposed.
Councillor Kashak.
Support.
Councillor Bordelin.
Support.
Mayor Dilkins.
Opposed.
That motion carries.
Members of council, that concludes the regular business items. Consideration of committee reports have been moved by Councillors Bordelin and Costante. All in favor? Oppose? That carries. Bylaws first and second reading moved by Councillors Francis and Gignac. All in favor? Oppose? And that carries. Moving back on a formal council session, moved by Councillors Holt and Kaschak. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any notices of motion tonight? Third and final reading of the bylaws moved by Councillors Kuzmarchuk and McKenzie. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Any petitions this evening? Questions? Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a council question that I'd like to propose. You'll forgive me, I'm not familiar with process here. Would I just go ahead and read it, or? Sorry? Okay. Sure, let me pick out the operative clause here.
Go ahead, just read
I'll
it.
just read the whole
Go
thing
ahead,
if you
just
don't
read it
mind.
and then,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Worship. So the council question that I'd like for us to consider is that administration conduct a comprehensive analysis as to the potential impacts of equipping all City of Windsor first responders, including police and fire, with the capacity to administer naloxone in the field. The report should engage a wide array of stakeholders from within our administration, the city's first responder sector, as well as the broader community, particularly from individuals and organizations with expertise in addictions and mental health. The report should examine the potential benefits as well as the risks, costs, and training requirements of deploying these tools. Additionally, the report should consider the authority of council in first responder operational matters and examine the experience of other comparable communities who have adopted the use of naloxone amongst the full complement of their first responders. And I'll speak to it if I get a seconder, if that's the proper process.
It's, no, you just submit the council question, Councillor, and then the report gets generated. There's no speaking to it. So it's moved and
Thank you.
supported. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any other council questions? Councillor Costante.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ask that the Planning and Building Department provide council with an update on the status of the Sandwichtown Community Improvement Plan and further determine if additional incentives and improvements could be made to the existing plan.
It's moved, supported. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Other council questions? They've been moved by, who were they moved by? Councillors Bordelin and Costante. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Statements. Councillor Bordelin.
I wanted to rise on an issue for just the general public. You will notice administration has implemented and set out a few needle boxes in the community. So you'll notice they are bright yellow, look like mailboxes, and there's a lot of information at 311. First, I wanted to thank administration, working with the community groups, working with the BIA downtown, both getting them funded and then installed in the community. There are hundreds of thousands of needles that are handed out every year, many of which have been ending up on our streets, in the alleys, in some people's backyards, in fact. So you see there's lots of information at 311, both on the safe disposal of needles. So if you were to come in contact with needles or see them in the community, please continue to call 311. We do want to continue to track where the needles are so that if we have to move the bins, and those bins as well are very safe. You cannot get into the bins. So we're hoping to see a huge, drastic reduction of the needles in the community. So I wanted to thank administration and as well continue to ask that the residents continue to call 311 and learn about safe needle disposal.
Other statements? Motion to adjourn, moved by Councillors Francis. We've already passed it. We already passed petitions. Moved and supported. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Have a great holiday, everyone.